Good morning to all, and it's Friday tomorrow. So Saturday and Sunday are fortunately in front of us, and of course, this committee doesn't have any work on Monday either. So we need that break. I understand. I need that break. So although I will be here on Monday, but at any rate, before we go anywhere today, I'd like to have us all stand and take a moment of silence. Today is International Holocaust Day, and reflecting on that awful genocide which occurred in World War II, where we had over 6 million Jews slaughtered and awful. And also reflect on genocide that's currently occurring in this world. It's replicated in many continents right now. So let's all stand, take a moment of silence, and try to remember. Thank you. Once again, this is a good reason for us having that in our adequacy formula as one of the substantial criteria in which we study in our schools. On the social studies, etc., Holocaust and genocide is mentioned. So that's a good thing that we do, and hopefully our schools are remembering the same today. So going on with today, I want to announce to the committee that on Tuesday we do have some bills which we've noted we have a work session on. I was in communication with HHS and DOE for a good part of yesterday. We will have that work session dealing with those bills, and following that work session, we will go into a caucus. Both parties will go into a caucus, so there will be a brief caucus following that before you start execing bills. Remember, if you are not going to be here on a day in which bills are exec, let your leader of your party know that, so that they can find a replacement for you here on the committee. Thank you. Let's go ahead now and open up the first bill for today. And the first bill is 572, relative eligibility for free school meals. So 572. Representative Hall, you're already at the chair, ready to go. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Ladd and my esteemed colleagues on the Education Committee. The title of House Bill 572 is relative to the eligibility for free school meals. This bill is a product of a great deal of interim study work, a committee on which I served with my fellow colleagues, Representatives Ford, Ellison, Lekas, and Woodcock, and which was led passionately by the Honorable Sue Mullen, who will be testifying today. These meetings included discussions on universal food bills, three-tiered systems of free and reduced lunch, and ones with a single eligibility cap approach, which this bill today represents. The intent of this bill is twofold. One, to help support low to middle income families by raising the eligibility cap for free school meals to 300% of poverty, and as importantly, two, to cast a broader net beyond the federal guidelines to capture more students and to ensure that as many as possible receive at least one, preferably two, nutritious meals per day with the additional cost paid for by the state. Food is one of the basic necessities of life, and food insecurity puts tremendous stress on families. It only takes a trip to the grocery store to know that food price inflation is increasing significantly. Families are feeling the strain of those increases, as well as the cost of gas, housing, and utilities. In preparing for this bill, I researched the 2023 federal poverty guidelines for different sized households and how much districts actually charge for school meals. With the eligibility cap set at 300%, a family of four would be eligible if their income was no more than $90,000. As for the cost of meals, Hopkinton's website indicates it charges nothing for student meals. In Bow, where I live and taught for 32 years, breakfast costs $2 and lunch costs $3. I found the same lunch prices in the Groveton schools in the North Country, which I and my 13 siblings attended. I remember the elementary school cafeteria lady saying to me one day as I handed her my 25 cents, "I just don't understand why your parents don't apply for free and reduced lunch." Imagine saying that to an 8-year-old today. As a side note, I found it interesting that today, 60 years later, my parents, with a household of 16, 2 kids in college, 9 in public schools, and 3 babies at home, would be considered living at a level of poverty if they had an income of $90,000 per year. And they would be paying more than $500 a month for school lunches without assistance. Just a side note, the importance of food in a child's education is quite obvious. As we've heard repeatedly on this committee, school meals played a critical role in student health, well-being, and academic success. A healthy diet can give a child the energy to think, work, and play. We recently heard the Associate Executive Director of New Hampshire School Administrators Association testify that the toughest part of his job as a school superintendent was having to make the decision to cancel school, knowing that some kids would not get a meal that day. When I was seeking co-sponsors for this bill back in December, my first recruit was Representative Dr. Cascadden. When I shared the intent of the bill and inquired if she would be a co-sponsor, she immediately asked, well, who's going to pay for it? At the time, I answered, I don't know. Where is that money going to come from? The general fund, the education trust fund, some other source of revenue? I still don't know exactly, but in searching for answers, I'm reminded of what Representative Myler shared with us at the beginning of this session. We need to understand that our job on the Education Committee is to create policy which meets the educational needs of students and to let finance decide if and how it will be funded. And that's why I'm here today introducing this bill on feeding hungry kids. You will see on the fiscal note, which the DOE will speak to after me, information provided by the DOE indicates that all costs are indeterminable at this time. As I stated earlier, the intent of this bill is for the state to cover the costs associated with the increase in the cap, as well as staffing and administration of the program to develop a new process for eligibility determinations. Offering free lunches for all students, regardless of income, as was the case during the pandemic, would be ideal. Our existing system of having 3 categories of pricing results in burdensome application processes, oftentimes stigmatizes students who receive free or reduced meals, and can cause families to carry lunch debt. Some states have taken their own action and have passed universal meals legislation. Others have legislation pending in state houses. I urge you to support HB 572, which directs the state to provide funding to pay the difference between the federal requirement for a free reduced breakfast and/or lunch and the full price for each meal at no cost to students who fall under the 300% eligibility cap. I trust that we can all agree that no student should regularly go to school hungry, and HB 572 is a good first step to help solve this problem. I understand that it might be a challenge for the DOE to work it all out, but I would argue that a far greater challenge is on the hungry children. And with that, I will take any questions. The Honorable Sue Mullen has assured me that she is at the ready to answer any questions you might have. So feel free to wait to ask her those questions. And there are others behind me as well. Thank you.
Oh, that's a good one.
Right? I mean,
Sue Mullins, your ejection button, right? Boom.
that's right. She said, I have your back. And she does.
Thank you very much. Other questions for Representative Hall? Yes, your question, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Hall. You said that this bill was a first step. What's the second step?
Universal would be the second step, but there are there could be steps in between as well. I don't know, amendments,
Thank you.
I have a question. Is the first step really that we get the Medicaid Direct bill satisfied?
Yes.
And then move into this type of,
Yeah, that would be a good thing.
yeah, thank you. Yes, Representative Belcher.
Oh, I was hoping you weren't going to ask a question.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
That's for the Honorable Sue Mullen.
I appreciate that. You brought up a couple of very important points. You brought up cost, but I don't want to talk about cost. I want to ask about nutrition. Obviously, this is a very important issue. We've heard testimony in the last week from multiple students attending various schools in the state that their food options are, according to them, quite bad. Recently, there's been investigative journalism looking into USDA guidelines that shows some schools are purchasing meals that are actually skipped over from fast food places because they're not up to their standards. And we have a child obesity crisis. So what assurances do we have that children are actually receiving nutritious meals?
Well, a good start would be the farm to school bill, right? I mean, I can't assure anything, but I totally agree the nutritious meals need to be offered. As much as I grew up in a poor family, I'm going to say hindsight, I didn't know it at the time, but living on a farm, hindsight, I was the best fed kid in town. But I didn't realize that until I was an adult. And I was like, wow, like there were no potato chips and soda. No, it was meat and potatoes.
Thank you.
But that's the best I can
Thank you
answer.
very much, Representative Lekis.
Thank you for answering my question.
You were behind it.
I know, so you understand. That speaker is terrible. You had said you were hoping, your intent is that the state will pay that, but I don't see that actually in your bill as written. And as written, I'm afraid that the school districts are going to feel that they have to take on that extra. Do you have, or are you willing to do an amendment that makes that clear?
Absolutely.
Thank
I
you.
would expect that there will be an amendment.
Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh.
Whew. Honorable Sue Mullins from Bedford.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Ladd, for your welcome. I would thank Representative Hall for involving me this morning, but I'm not so sure that that wasn't a setup. So
You knew you couldn't stay away.
you're exactly right. Good morning. Last week, I testified before you and offered general information from the Study Committee on House Bill 1229, which met last session to consider school meals. Today, I would like to address Representative Hall's proposal to alter the eligibility threshold for free and reduced meals from the federal guideline of 185% of poverty level to 300%. For those of you that are not familiar with those guidelines, there's paperwork coming at you that has the various levels per number of family members, and you should be receiving that soon. First, the legislative intent of this bill is to widen the safety net that we are using to support hungry kids. During our study committee time, we heard from constituents who expressed concern that families who did not meet the eligibility requirements were, in fact, struggling to feed folks at home. These are families who earned more than 185% of the poverty guidelines, but not enough to meet the soaring costs of things like housing and other associated fees of raising a family. Through no fault of their own, we have students who eat the bulk of their meals at school, and this bill supposes that we have an opportunity to reach more of them. Our current statute, RSA 18911A, already authorizes the State Board of Education to establish the eligibility criteria that is different from the federal government. It reads, "The State Board of Education shall ensure compliance with this section and shall establish minimum nutritional standards for each meal, as well as income guidelines set for the family size used in determining eligibility for free and reduced price meals." So in the spirit of trying to think outside the box, House Bill 572 proposes to raise the threshold to 300% of the federal poverty level. I have provided you with a copy of those guidelines, as I mentioned. The committee recognized that this would represent a considerable amount of effort on the part of the State Board and the Department of Education, as rules and procedures would need to be developed regarding the application process, the allocation of funds, and how to interface these new New Hampshire standards with current federal standards that require a federal free and reduced amount of data for dollars. The financial note on this bill acknowledges some of that, but the actual cost of the program remains indeterminable. In the past, that has meant the kiss of death, the can't instead of the can. But I am quite certain that with due diligence, a ballpark figure can and should be determined. I am asking the committee to consider the need, the effective date, the necessary funding, and the steps we need to take to make childhood hunger a non-issue in New Hampshire. Other states have initiated measures ranging from paying for new meals, program staff, to providing lunches for everyone. I have included the link to the most recent information from the Food Resource and Action Center below in the copy of my statements that you have. It's easy to do something because we have done almost nothing to expand the opportunity to feed our hungry kids. As I said last week, it's time to shift our paradigm away from what we can't do to what we can do. It's a well-established fact that hunger negatively impacts learning. I'm hopeful that we will be able to demonstrate our learning by extending a hand up to our most precious resources. I thank you for listening to me and ask that you support House Bill 572. And with trepidation, I will take questions.
Thank you very much. Other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak briefly or question the issue of nutrition again, because it does, in fact, in the bill say that the State Board of Education shall ensure compliance and shall establish minimum nutritional standards. And I love that. However, is it not a bit misleading? Because if we accept federal dollars in this program, USDA program, are we not effectively ceding our state authority to the federal government? And are we not forced to accept the USDA guidelines for nutrition?
Thank you for your question, Representative Belcher. No one has probably mentioned to you that I am not an attorney. Though they would like to put me in a variety of different roles. I can't answer to the legality, and that cocked eyebrow at you, I want to clarify, was because I was joining with you on the idea that the State Board of Education has the authority to set those nutritious standards.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Damon, do you have your hand up earlier? Oh, you're good. You're going to testify. Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for coming this morning. Those standards are minimum standards, is that correct? The nutritional standards, so any school or any vendor that's hired by the school to provide lunches can go above those minimum standards?
Oh, most definitely. Those are minimum standards. Yes.
You already asked one. I've got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
During the past year or so, we had all children, due to the pandemic, receiving meals. Do you know of any information that might be available saying that even though they were offered a school meal, a family or families chose to provide their own meals? In other words, during that, did everybody just start joining on, or were there some that maybe stayed out?
I don't have the numbers on that. Kelly Rambo from the DOE is behind me. I think the closest we could come to that would be the total number of students enrolled and the total number of meals served. So I would ask her for the data on that, Representative. But I think that's
fine.
the
We'll do
yeah.
that. Thank you. Further questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a real brief follow-up on the question that these are minimum standards from the USDA that we could theoretically exceed from the state. Can you walk me through if the USDA guidelines mandate, say, 50% of calories come from carbohydrates and no more than 10% come from fats? What would it look like for us to exceed those standards?
First of all, the state of New Hampshire already exceeds federal standards in many areas, special education being one of them. So I would refer to that as an example of a case in which New Hampshire actually does better by its students than the federal minimum. I would think that exceeding the federal standards would have to do with, lower salt, perhaps making sure those carbohydrates are complex carbohydrates. It would be the definition, I would think, of what the minimum indicates and then making the meals healthier than that, or adding things too. So maybe monitoring the quality of dairy products, the amount of sugar in individual things, increasing some, lowering others. Nancy Vaughn from the American Heart Association is also in the audience today, and she actually is somebody who is much more knowledgeable about the specifics of the USDA regulations. So I would encourage you to direct that question to her when she's at the mic.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there further questions of Honorable Sue Mullen? Yes, Representative Cascadon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Mullen. I know you worked on this committee a whole year, I believe, right, in trying to raise that threshold.
Right. Well, the study committee actually convened after the end of the session, so it was through the summer and fall.
Okay, and my question is, and I don't know if you have this answer or maybe somebody else does, but the Carsey Institute had conducted a significant study on food insecurity among families and children in the state. I don't know if you're familiar with that, maybe still on their website, but I can't remember what that percentage was, other than I know Coos County was off the roof. I mean, kids were just struggling for food, and I think that would be a great data point.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether or not New Hampshire Hunger Solutions is with us this morning, but they were a pivotal point of information for us in sort of digging deeper into New Hampshire. We were more looking at the issue more globally representative than target specific, but that would certainly be something that would be worthwhile to look at in the future.
Yeah, I
county
agree
by
if
county.
if that
Yeah.
can be found. Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Representative Ladd, just one final thing to say to you before I leave this microphone. I wish I could tell you this would be the last time that you'll see me this year, but it probably won't be. But I just want to reiterate for the committee again that childhood hunger in New Hampshire is neither a Democrat nor a Republican issue. It is a bipartisan issue that affects children of all types of and sizes of families, and I would hope that this represents the type of topic that we can reach across the aisle over and come up with some common solution that everybody can live with.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to ask New Hampshire HHS. Are they here today, Jessica? Good morning.
Good morning, Representative Ladd and the Education Committee. So I wanted to start off today with some facts from New Hampshire Hunger Solutions around this bill. And then I also have a couple pieces of testimony to share with you, which I've also included in the documents that we're passing around. So House Bill 572 aims to increase the income eligibility for free and reduced school meals to 300% of the poverty level and eliminate the reduced price category for school lunches in order to provide more students with access to nutritious food. Increasing kindergarten through 12th grade student eligibility for free and reduced meals to 300% of poverty will ensure that more children have access to the nutrition that they need to reach their full potential. And you'll see linked some information from FRAC where you can get more information about the studies that have been done on this. So with that being said, studies have shown that access to nutritious meals improves student health, both mental and physical, academic performance, and overall success, reducing poor rates of reducing rates of poor health by at least 29% and rates of obesity by at least 17% based on estimates using national data. House Bill 572 provides greater stability for those in need, allowing them to focus more on their studies and less about worrying about where their next meal will come from. And that is something we're hearing from the food service directors we work with, where kids are going to school crying because they no longer have access to that free meal. Their parents either have not been able to complete the form, don't know that the form is something they have to complete because of the pandemic waivers. So there's a variety of reasons why sometimes those forms aren't being completed. Currently, eligibility for free and reduced meals is set at 130 and 185% of poverty, 130% for free and 185% for reduced, leaving a large portion of students who are financially vulnerable without access to meals. The current median rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in New Hampshire is $19,008 per year. That's the median. I'm saying that that's pretty generous considering I just moved my newly graduated daughter into her first apartment at $2,000 a month for a 1-bedroom. And working full-time at minimum wage is $15,080 per year. That means that even with 2 adults working full-time minimum wage jobs, they would not make enough to meet the basic needs for their family. The living wage for 2 adults and 1 child in New Hampshire is $65,577. And even with 2 adults working, it increases to $77,195 due to childcare costs. The federal poverty line for a family of 3 in 2023 is $24,860, meaning that 300% of the poverty level would be $74,580. And on the third page of what I handed out is the chart that also Representative Honorable Mullen handed out as well. And just to reiterate the cost of school meals, for 1 child, it's about $90 a month, but for a family that has more than 1 child, that price increases. And so for a family with 3 children, it would be $270 a month. And that's on the average price of meals around the state. Each school district is just slightly different. This legislation would also provide a much needed boost to the economy as it would create jobs in the food service industry and provide additional support for grocery stores and farmers. We know that for every dollar spent in school meals, there's a $2 return on investment to the local community, and that comes from the Rockefeller Foundation as far as where that data point comes from. It would also save staff time, effort, allowing food service directors to focus on kids' nutrition rather than managing different categories of school meals. And I can speak to a little bit more, some testimony from a food service director in just a second. This bill is in line with the universal school meals laws passed by states like Maine and Vermont, and will help to ensure that students have access to nutritious food regardless of their family's income level. And I can attest that through our work with the Food Research and Action Center, who is their national anti-hunger advocate, that many states around the country are passing similar bills to this, which allow more kids to eat at school. So I want to just take a minute, if it's okay, to read from one of our food service directors. I've had several families ask questions regarding the eligibility guidelines. The guidelines have not adjusted enough to allow for the rates of inflation we're experiencing right now. Many are asking, why don't they take into account my expenses? My expenses have increased so much in the past couple of years, but my pay has not increased to meet the demands of my paycheck. Many families are left in a void that makes it difficult to pay for lunches and making too much to qualify for free and reduced meals. Our families are struggling due to the increases of utilities and groceries. Free and reduced applications are based on gross and not net. Many families are paying for insurance and having mandatory retirement deductions after so many hours of work. It's a real struggle for some families. Students would rather have a hot lunch than a bag lunch from home. It may also be the only hot meal or meal they receive. In our district, we have many grandparents as guardians due to substance use and incarceration. Their Social Security income was not designed to raise a family on. I believe we need to be taking care of our students in our country in order for them to grow and learn. It's an investment in the future of our country. Every child needs consistency and security in their life, not food insecurity. Students were participating in hot nutritional breakfast, and now with needing to pay, our count has gone down. We need to change how this program works to meet the needs of all students. And this food service director says, thank you for allowing me to have a voice.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from Health and Human Services? I have a question.
Okay.
You mentioned that we have families out there, which we all know, that are dealing with a single parent and substance abuse and incarceration. Do you have a handle on where we're going in terms of the statistics on this, whether that is increasing from where we have been?
That is not our area of expertise, but it is something that school districts are seeing, that more and more grandparents are raising their grandchildren due to various situations.
You're looking at one. Okay, other question, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I correct in remembering, did we recently have testimony from a high school student affiliated with the organization on the farm to school bill?
She was, I believe, representing the SCAN organization, Save the Children
okay.
Action Network.
Okay. Well, if I may, regardless, we heard from that student that she testified that the quality of the foods offered in her school were indeed quite bad, according to her. I'm trying to understand if this, so there's an incentive structure that creates that situation. And I'm trying to understand, does this bill expanding this program seek to reinforce, does that reinforce that incentive structure that leads to these, as she testified, poor quality foods, rather than moving toward better quality foods in schools?
So as far as nutritional standards for the schools, I will leave that to the Department of Education to answer. But what I can say is that from our conversations with food service directors, many of them are running in school debt right now, which means that because families are unable to pay for the school meals that they have, that means that those programs are running in the red. When you think about going to a restaurant, because a lot of times the food service programs are separate budgets from the actual school district. So those monies have to come from the sale of food. If families aren't able to afford to feed their children, or their children are eating and not able to pay, that means that these programs are running in debt. There's also been huge increases in the cost of food. Somebody was just telling me the other day, in order to serve a serving of celery and meet the federal standards, that it's almost 40 cents for that serving of celery per student. Now, if that happens to be a lunch price, that's 40 cents of $3. That doesn't give into the other components, nor does it give into the labor costs that are accrued in order to feed that one student. I think that, nutrition standards are very important, and even with where they are based on the minimum guidelines by the federal government, the numbers that you're seeing that we've presented here for improved health outcomes and improved rates of obesity still stand. There's still an increase with with where the guidelines are now. So an improvement in that would be even better, right? And so that means it's a minimum. And as to the point of Representative Hall, they can always do better.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for joining us today from New Hampshire Hunger Solutions.
Correct.
Right.
Thank you.
And I'm just sort of a follow on to Representative Belcher's question when it comes to the comments that this committee and others have heard with respect to subjective comments about the quality of food. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit about as you were just doing, the objective standard for quality of food and how that may relate to not having a breakfast or lunch at all.
So students not eating because they don't.
So let me put it another way.
Okay.
Would a student be better off having a meal that meets the objective standards set by the state or federal government compared to not having a meal at all?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Did you?
Is there another Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I missed which piece of data you said was you received from the Rockefeller Foundation?
For every dollar spent in school meals, there's a $2 return on investment.
Thank you.
And I will just say, because we do support a lot of breakfast legislation as well, that we know that we miss about 7,800 students a day in New Hampshire who are eligible for school breakfast that don't participate. So we still have a lot of work to do in promoting school meals.
Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Nancy Vaughn, American Heart Association.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the Education Committee. For the record, I am Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association in New Hampshire. And I just want to start off by saying that this committee asks not only great questions, but the right questions. So hopefully we'll get all of them answered, if not today, as we move forward. I'm very happy to be here today to testify in support of this bill, House Bill 572. The American Heart Association nationally has prioritized our support of ensuring that every child in in the country, as well as New Hampshire, has access to healthy school meals. So we do support healthy school meals for all students, but this bill does get us closer to closing the gaps that we are seeing, and as people before me have mentioned, of people who are not currently free and reduced eligible families, but are still not able to afford either a school meal or bringing lunch in from home. So I want to get right to some of the questions that were asked that is actually within my written testimony. So Representative Belcher had asked a question a few times on the nutrition standards, and this is the data point that is in my written testimony. Since 2012, when the USDA created the latest updates to the guidelines for school meals, school lunches have become 41% healthier, and school breakfasts have become 44% healthier. During the actually before the pandemic, back in, I think it was 2017, at the federal level, Congress began allowing a little more leeway on the guidelines. There were meant to be additional improvements to the 2012 guidelines, particularly in sodium. So to a certain point, schools have gotten to the point where they have reached the second level of sodium reduction, and there are two more levels. And unfortunately, I didn't bring the bill from last year with me or my testimony, but I can share that out to you afterwards. So last year, House Bill 1561, I believe was the number, was meant to address the nutrition standards that we were asking the New Hampshire Department of Education to start with those minimum standards at the federal level and pick up where we have left off nationally with the sodium reductions. The federal program did not set goals for sugar content, and there is science around how much sugar a child should be consuming, and to make sure that that is represented in school meals. Also, the whole grain issue. I believe schools have met the federal guideline on whole grains, but I believe that there's another step that we can do that we were looking for last year. I am not sure about the testimony provided on that particular school district and why that person felt that the meals were not as nutritionally adequate. But it could be because during the pandemic, there was also food supply issues. And there was a waiver allowed for school districts in every state to step outside of those USDA guidelines for a period of time. And we actually, in part of our bill from last year, had asked that the Department of Education in New Hampshire look at limiting those waivers and that it be for a set amount of time, and that the Department of Education staff on school meals could provide technical assistance as to how schools could get back in line with those guidelines. But again, because of the pandemic, that was a little challenging. There were some healthy foods that schools were not able to get because it just wasn't available from the producers. So that was one point I wanted to make sure I got across. And just in general, we're here because we're concerned about the health of students. We want all students to grow up to be of a healthy weight, because if they grow up at a healthy weight, they're more likely as adults to remain at that healthy weight. And children who eat better do well academically, more so than their peers that are not eating as nutritious of a diet. And those who learn, who are better academic results or outcomes, get better jobs, and they can continue with better health outcomes as adults. Children who are who do better in school and can get better jobs, these people are less likely to use tobacco products, as an example. As a country, we have not done as well as adults, even with our healthy eating and physical activity. So this is something that we're still very focused on. So I think those are my key points. Again, my written testimony. Please take the time to look at it if you would. I also agree there need to be some amendments, perhaps to this bill to clarify some things, which the sponsor had mentioned, and also the funding piece. I highly recommend that this be funded through the state budget. So again, that's my testimony. I would love to get more information to you on this after this hearing. I can take questions and hopefully I can answer them. If not, I will get the answers.
Are there any questions? Representative Belcher, we have about 2 minutes left in this one. We still have 2 people to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Thank you for your testimony. Glad to see you here. I actually taught ACLS and BLS for the American Heart Association for quite a while. I was just wondering if do you know off the top of your head what the guidelines for USDA are for percentage of, for school students, percentage of calories that must come from carbohydrates?
That I am not too sure of. I know, the whole grains gets to that point a little bit. I'll look that up and get that answer to you if someone else behind me doesn't have it.
If I may, real quick, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, 50%. I don't want to, it's not 100%, but I think it was 50% according to what I read. Is that a proper amount of carbohydrates for a young person to be receiving who's living perhaps a not particularly sporty lifestyle?
Well, again, the guidelines that have been set for youth, for children, would take that into account. So it would be, for healthy Americans is what the dietary guidelines are. And it could be that for someone who has, whether they have overweight issues, would need to work with a healthcare professional to, make that a little different for them. So the guidelines aren't really meant to apply to every single person. It's just kind of an average over that. But I will look that up and get you more information.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Not seeing you. Thank you. I'm going to jump right now to the Department of Education. And we've had several questions referencing nutrition and nutritional value of the food served in the program. And Kelly, if you can please try to address some of that.
Good morning. Kelly Rambo, Department of Education. Sure, where shall I start? I just handed Representative Belcher a breakdown of the nutrition requirements. I am happy to get a copy of that to you and you can hand that out as well. The top portion of that you might not understand. It's very heavy USDA, and there's a lot that goes back into that. The bottom section does break down the the calories, the sodium, and they are specific to each meal pattern and each grade that the USDA comes out. So there isn't specific on, to your question previously, on carbohydrates or along those lines, calories specific to that. The calories are based on the meal as a whole.
Do you have copies of that?
I only had one.
Okay, that should come around to the clerk.
And I can get you an electronic copy so that you can pass that out.
Are there further questions? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Maybe I missed it, but looking at this bill, really, it does not change anything in regard to nutritional standards. It has to do only with the household income level for people to receive meals. Am I correct?
That's correct, as the bill is written, yes.
Okay, are there further, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Thank you once again for your work this summer as well as guiding us. Are you able to answer a question that deals with nutrition and brain development and low-income youngsters?
I can try, but that would probably be somebody for the American Heart Association.
And perhaps that's not correlated with the 300% that we're talking about here.
That's
We need to
correct.
stay on topic here. We can get that information, Representative Wood. I don't mean to cut you off, but
That's okay. I'll get back to you. Thank you.
thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you just remind me of what the federal reimbursement level is right now per school lunch?
Sure. Do you want, so the free is 130 and the reduced is 138%.
Right, but that's percentage wise. What's the actual dollar amount?
I can get you the dollar amounts broken down. I can get you a copy of that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Representative Damon?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee. Representative Hope Damon, Sullivan County District 8, 9 towns you've heard me list. I've put my dietitian hat back on. The number one principle in nutrition is you provide enough energy, aka calories, enough food, before you pay attention to any other aspect of nutrition. It is a fundamental principle that we have to feed people something before we address whether you have a diagnosis that needs a particular kind of meal plan to treat it or other needs. People have to be fed first. It's been noted that hunger creates cognitive issues. I also want to note it creates behavioral issues. People of any age who have low blood sugar have less emotion regulation, get irritable and impulsive much more quickly. This is very, very well documented, not only in the community of people who have diabetes, but also in just ordinary folks. Like, let's say we all skipped breakfast and lunch, and I suspect our tolerance of differing points of view late afternoon would diminish. It's just what happens if you're hungry. So that's my first point. It's a fundamental principle first to be fed. I don't think the USDA school lunch standards are perfect. I will say that as a preface. However, what people observe just from looking at and eating the foods that are served isn't the complete picture, because many of the items that are served in school lunch are particularly manufactured for the school lunch program. So, for example, chicken nuggets that someone might buy in the freezer case at the grocery store or at a fast food franchise are not anything that most people who are vested in good nutrition would promote. Chicken nuggets in the school lunch program are more protein, whole grain, unsaturated fat. They're made to particular standards that make them be a better quality product than what you would stereotype them to be. Do I think they're perfect? No, but they're not. We're underestimating them is what I'm suggesting. And there is a balance that school lunch people need to achieve between serving healthy quality food and serving food that children find familiar and willing to eat. And that's true no matter who you're feeding. So I think that that is a tightrope. It is hard if you're coming from a household where you don't have exposure to truly healthy, wonderful food. There is a learning curve to get used to eating in a, say, fruit and vegetable, lean protein centered way. One other piece I'd like to note, I don't want to go on too long. The cost of school meals is a bargain. I would challenge anybody to provide the nutrient value of those meals for the same amount of money at home routinely. It's amazing what they pull off. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions for the representative? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. And we're going to close this hearing. The next hearing which we're going to move into is HB 625, relative to the calculation of average daily membership and attendance and average daily membership and residence for school districts. Welcome, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues. For the record, Representative Glenn Cordelli, representing Tuftonboro, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. HB 625 does just two things. First, it modifies RSA 19838 to indicate it is not just homeschool students who have access to academic courses in their resident public school district. Current law in 93(1)(c) indicates, and I'll quote it from you if you don't have your books handy, non-public, public chartered, or home educated pupils shall have access to curricular programs offered by the school district in which the pupil resides. Non-public and charter schools also have access to curricular and academic courses. As you'll see in the bill, in the bolded text, we have indicated that it crosses out home educated and indicates that anyone who is eligible to have access according to 193(1)(c), which I just read. Nothing has changed in regard to school funding here. It's bringing our statutes into a line with each other. Basically cleanup. The second thing it does is in relation to high school programs and courses and possible funding. In section 2 of the bill, on line 13, 12 and 13, you will see that it removes high school and indicates that any academic course in grades 1 through 12 would be available to these students and available reimbursement from the state based on the current 0.15 per pupil class. So those are the two things it does. It aligns our statutes in the first portion and expands access to academic courses beyond high school to elementary and middle school also. And with that, I thank you very much.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if this is just cleanup language, how does it change? So what would happen as a result of cleaning up this language?
Thank you for the question. I think that what changes is in the second portion with expanding it beyond just high school availability to grades 1 through 12. So that's where the major change is in the program.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
I still don't understand the cleanup. If you clean up this language, what makes more available? Who makes more? Who can have access greater? How do you see this changing? Or who currently, under the current language, doesn't have access? Maybe that's a better question.
Thank you. In 193, it states that non-public, public charter, and homeschool students, whereas here currently in 198, it's limited to home education compliance.
Okay, I'll jump around here. Representative Petronell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Cordelli, for taking my question. If I'm reading this correctly, would this result in more funding going to the public schools?
If more students from non-public, public chartered, or homeschool students are taking advantage of courses available at their local school, it would, because the school would get reimbursed for those additional students.
Thank you.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. If a child is in an EFA program and they're taking a variety of different ways to gain credit, or they're in a Learn Everywhere program, a EOL program, does that mean that this suddenly makes them eligible where they weren't before to take curricular activities? And also, as a follow-up on that, the co-curricular activities, can schools still charge for them?
Thank you. Under the Education Freedom Account statutes, they are eligible to take courses at their local school, but they would pay for that out of their EFA account. The state would not be reimbursement. They would pay for that out of their account. And the second part of your question, if
Yes, the co-curriculars. So if a homeschool student or charter, I don't know, the different one, EFA students do co-curriculars, such as, sports or theater or whatever, is the school allowed, they don't get reimbursed for that because it's only for academics courses. Can the schools still charge for people coming in and participating on those?
I don't recall off the top of my head what the provisions are in the EFA statutes for that.
What about the homeschooler and the other ones mentioned in this bill?
I'm sorry, it is curricular and co-curricular.
That they get, I'm still confused. So
Yes. And
the state will reimburse a school, what is it?
0.15.
0.15 for academic courses. Do they also reimburse the school for co-curricular activities that these students participate in?
And thank you for the question. In lines 11 and 12, it indicates curricular and co-curricular is what I'm trying to say.
But it doesn't say that, it says that they can reimburse for academic courses, but not, it doesn't mention co-curricular. In line 5.
Right.
0.15 pupil for each academic course taken in public schools. But it doesn't mention co-curricular.
Elsewhere in statute, it defines co-curricular as activities which are designed to supplement and enrich academic programs. So I would think that they would be. That's my reading. The Department of Education behind me might have a different interpretation.
I have a question for you. When we wrote this legislation here, there was a concern that we had coming in from the NHIAA and school districts in regard to co-curricular activity. And that they want to be assured, and I want to be assured, does this still enable a school district, regardless of where you're coming from, being a homeschooler, EFA student, another public school, private school, et cetera, You must comply with the same policy statements that are there for students in that school offering the co-curricular, such as athletics. You will have passing academics grades. You will not be smoking something or drinking something. That's not allowed. And that is very typical of those rules and regulations. Are we changing any of that?
No, we are not. Those would still apply.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Lett. Representative Cordelli, good morning. The definition or further explanation of non-public school students. You talked about non-public school, charter, public school. Can you explain that for me a little clearer?
In statute and rules, it frequently talks about non-public. The department approves non-public schools, the state board, I should say.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but can you define who they are? Who is non-public schools that would be applicable to this inclusion into curricular and non-curricular schools?
Basically, private schools, academies.
So, thank you. A parochial school student, a student on EFA going to parochial school under non-public school would be allowed to come to a public school and take a co-curricular activity?
Yes, I would think so. I think if we were to say they couldn't come from a parochial school, you would be in court the next day based on recent Supreme Court decisions.
Further questions? Representative Petronell.
Am I understanding this? Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I understanding this correctly that currently there may be students then who are eligible to participate in curricular or co-curricular courses for which the school district might not be receiving funding?
The department can go into that, but the funding is based on available funding. So it is currently possible that they might not get reimbursed, but it's all based on available funding for the reimbursement.
Further questions? Just
So by cleaning up this language, then we might be able to ensure that the schools will receive funding for these students?
I would hope so. The department, I'm sure would be glad to answer that question also.
I think just a little clarification here. We, through our funding formula for education, every school district receives base adequacy and the areas of differentiated aid. It's incumbent upon the individual districts to raise their money for co-curricular activities. That's not part of adequacy. So locals have to do that. That's why many districts have activity fees to participate, whether it be intramural or, competitive activity. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, it says, let's see right here, student who is enrolled in a school board approved public school Apologies. Do I need to reread that? All right. Let me start here. We're on line 4. Regarding student who is enrolled in a school board approved public school, course taken in a public school. I'm sorry, I skipped a line. Anyway, it shall count as a 0.15 student. So if I'm reading that correctly, a student from a private school would have to be enrolled in at least one public school course, and that public school is slated to receive funding for this student if they're to participate in these programs. Is that correct?
Remember, if you look at that statute, it says if the operating budget by the state has the money for the 0.15, there's no guarantee.
Correct, yes. I just wanted to clarify that part.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes, thank you, and Chairman Ladd, I want to ask him after this one, on this bill. Representative Cordelli, you responded to Representative Myler about cleaning up, and as I'm looking at what seems to be a pretty simple change, taking high out of the word public high school, is this not really a cleaning up? This is an expansion of grades 1 through 8 students, which is a larger body of impact than just cleaning up the word taking high school, which was, obviously 9 to 12. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the cleanup was in relation to part of section 1, but you're right, also in section 1, as in section 2, it changes it from public high school to public school.
It's a huge expansion. Okay, thank you, Representative.
And I'm just going to follow up with a question that keys off of what you just mentioned, Representative Woodcock. And this was discussed when we put the 1.15 possible reimbursement for high school courses. And in the high school, there are designated courses one takes. In the grade schools, there are subjects which we teach, but they're embedded in many different topics. So the question is, how do we define what the 0.15 is for the grade schools or the elementary schools? And elementary school technically can go right up through the middle school.
That's a question for me?
Well, how are you going to define what the 0.15
Yeah,
is?
I would think that that would be done through rules from the department. I don't have a specific answer to you for that.
Thank you. Representative Lekis.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I want to make sure that my understanding is correct. My understanding is that we're talking about residents of the district, and that because they are residents of the district and have paid their taxes towards their local school, that is why the students are eligible for the co-curriculars, which are paid for by the local taxes. And that was, I mean, my son did that when he homeschooled, and that was my understanding. I just want to make sure I've got that right.
Yes, actually, I think it was 2 years ago, there was a court case because a school in Rochester was denying access to a homeschool student for co-curricular activities.
Further question? Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Representative Lekis was asking about homeschool, but does this include students who are going to a private school and then able to go to the public school and try out for the basketball team? If maybe even their private school actually has their own basketball team?
It does say non-public in there. And co-curricular, I guess, would include the athletic activities. So that's something you might want to take a look at as the committee member.
Good question. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this question is for Representative Cordelli or for you. Will we have a fiscal note on this before we proceed in executive session? Because
As
in reference to what
we're going to the Department of Education, they're here for technical advice if needed, and we may need that technical advice. In the past, the financial note, we are tasked with looking at the policy side of things, and the financial note sometimes doesn't arrive until this is sitting in the laps of the Fiscal Division 2 folks. So we would be looking at, if we don't have one, we'd have to act upon the finance or the policy side of this.
Thank you. I'm just reflecting on Representative Woodcock's question, and I think yours, about the K-8 change that does not appear to me to be only cleanup. And it seems like that would have considerable fiscal impact depending on how the 0.15 was ruled.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much. And is there anybody from the department, Caitlin, that's going to be prepared to respond to some of the issues which we've just brought up? That's Caitlin's card right there. And we need to have, Glenn, did you get a pink, you got your pink card from Glenn?
Good morning. For the record, I'm Caitlin Diaz from the Department of Education, and I have my coworker here, Brian Eaton, who is relatively new to the department and has some data for us. I'd like to give you a base understanding of how this current currently works. I believe this provision was put in law around 2016, and it was originally a proposal that had come from senators in the Keene area, as there were many kids that were accessing curricular activities or coursework at the Keene schools that were homeschooled kids, and Keene had said we would like some adequacy funding for those children. At that time, the law that passed then allowed kids who were taking courses at the high school that were homeschooled to be eligible for reimbursement for 0.15 of the adequacy amount for each academic course that the child is participating in, provided that there is state appropriation in the adequacy formula. So sometimes when the Department of Education does an estimate as part of our state biennium budget, we have excess funding, because when we're doing the state biennium budget, we're several years out when we're typically estimating that. And so sometimes there's excess appropriation, sometimes there's not. Sometimes we need to ask for a warrant for additional funding to be available for us to pay that amount. Since the amount has been, or since this law changed, I believe we've paid it around 3 times. What the process is for us is when the school district enters their end of the year data, they tell us how many homeschool kids at the high school level participated in an academic course. We have a definition of academic course. It's defined by a national student course. Of course, I forget the name of it off the top of my head. It's called the SCED code, and it's a school course and exchange for data. It's a national database that we use to kind of define courses in general. And schools submit that data to us. We then do a calculation, and at the end of the year, if we have excess adequacy appropriation in our budget, we will pay that to the school. So right now, the law is specific to homeschool children. It does not talk about all children that are eligible for curricular and co-curricular activities. So as Representative Cordelli mentioned, so this now refers to a different section in the law for all kids that would be eligible, which would include non-public, charter, and homeschool eligible children. To your question, Representative Woodcock, when we're talking about a non-public school, so we all talk about the word and use the word private schools in New Hampshire, but there is no legal definition of private schools when we're talking about K-12 education. Non-public school is the term that we use for all schools that are not considered a public school, that are approved by the Department of Education. So that's our current process that we do right now. So this bill expands the definition to include kids that are, so we, right now, homeschool kids only, and a per class basis. This does include non-public and charter school kids that would be taking courses. And then it does expand it not only through high school, but to include grades 1 through 12. Now, we do know there are kids, and school districts call us fairly frequently and say, especially throughout the pandemic, as kind of education and learning changed for a variety of different ways through the last couple of years, saying we have a lot more homeschool kids that are taking coursework at the elementary school level. Are we eligible for that aid at the elementary school level? And we say, no, the law right now is specific to high school only. So that's the way we currently work. Brian has a few numbers. He's just going to tell us essentially how many kids have submitted and how much the cost would be based on our very narrow data set that we have right now. So,
before we go to Brian, can we ask you a question here?
of course.
My question is that now I'm having difficulty with putting this 0.15 down into the grade school level.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to define that. We have it, they're very much defined when we have the definition of high school there, which states the level of grades following the middle school or junior high school. So that would be a high school. So how are you as a department going to decide that what they're doing at the, coming in for the language arts program maybe at grade 3 is the equivalent to 0.15?
So the national the National Course Registry does actually say third grade reading or third grade math or third grade science. So it does break it down to that level of specificity on that coursework, and we would continue to use those same levels of definitions.
So the question I want to follow that up with is that that's what those national standards may say. But in practicality, what's happening in our grade schools is that language arts may be taught all morning long in various courses, or we may have it embedded in the social studies program as well. So is someone going to come in and want to only pay a 0.15 for being enrolled in the grade school for half a day?
So right now it's 0.15 for a class. So if a school were to say that one class was taking a half of a day, it would still only be 0.15. They wouldn't get 0.5 or anything like that. Even if it were a full day arts course, for example, it's still limited to 0.15.
This is getting in the same discussion we had once before when we did this with co-curricular and all that.
Right. We talked about
defining the 0.15, which we did. Thank you. We'll go on with the rest. Yes, go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. I myself don't like questions that are hypotheticals, but I'm going to give you one. Right now, these co-curriculars and academic courses, there's a space availability issue, like they will only let the non-public school students do these if there's space available. Is that correct?
So right now, this law is not changing who has access to curricular and co-curricular activities. I am not sure how that is implemented at the local level.
Okay, that was kind of just background. My main question is, here's the hypothetical. If you had, say there was only room for one more kid, and you had a homeschooled student and let's say a Catholic school student, given the law as it stands now, it seems to me that the public school would prefer to have the homeschooled student because they would get perhaps this funding. So how would you address that sort of issue? That
we would rely on the local school district to have a policy in place to.
So it's a local district issue, but if the law were changed, then they would be forced to use different criteria. They couldn't use I don't know if this issue is, if I'm expressing this clearly enough, but
I understand.
So you understand the issue?
Yes, I understand your question. I just don't have an answer for you.
Okay.
I think the law right now says it's up to the policy of the local school district. So they set that policy, and it may be difference between District X and District Y over here. Further questions? Further? Brian?
Do you want?
Sure. So, this bill is expanding to grade school, middle school, basically grades 1 through 12. We looked at enrollment, and it appears that an estimate would be that the total amount to expand to grades 1 through 12 would be $137,000 for school year 22 enrollment. And when we plug that into the adequacy calculator, which takes in consideration the SWEPT, the actual net increase would be $120,000 per year.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. The way this bill is written about funds being available sounds to me similar to the special ed, where now we know that schools are getting reimbursed like at 40-50% of what they asked for because the funds are not available. They haven't been budgeted. And I'm worried that with the expansion of this and the expansion of that the public schools are going to have a burden of being required to allow these students to come in and take their courses, which then bumps up their particular costs. And yet the state is not reimbursing. What we're relying on is that the Department of Education will make a substantial amount available in their budget to cover, let's say, 80 to 90% of the costs of local public schools through this program.
So 2 points I want to clarify. This bill does not expand who is currently or eligible to access this coursework. So the children that this bill would pay for are already able to access the coursework at schools. This bill only allows the Department of Education to then include that number, and if we have appropriation, to then pay that. So that's my first point. My second point is, I know I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but the 1045 bill does actually remove that amount that says if the appropriation is available, and specifies that the Department of Education shall pay it no matter what the appropriation is, just like we do for regular adequacy.
May I have a follow-up on
Yes.
that? Your statement that this bill does not expand the number of students that are eligible to take this, and it seems to me that's one of the points of the bill.
Sorry, I did actually misspeak. So as far as the homeschool kids, it does not expand, but it would, yes, that is correct. It expands it to the non-public and the charter school children, yes. Well, also, actually, I'm getting confused too, so this is fun. So those kids are currently eligible to take coursework in the school per RSA 193C or 193(1)C or whatever it is. They're currently there. They're currently taking coursework. All this is doing is expanding the types of children that are accessing coursework that the Department of Education can reimburse schools for. But it's not it's not expanding the allowable categories for curricular and co-curricular participation under that section of the law.
So I'm confused now.
This is what happens when we have a Friday hearing.
Yes, yes. And I probably didn't have a good breakfast.
what happens when we have
either, so I just had
91
a
bills.
banana. Yeah. So it seems to me that this is expanding to the lower grades, which I have not had anybody tell me that they're doing that right now. What I hear is that, you know, it's at the high school level with like chemistry courses and things like that. And it's also extending it to kids who are now, students who are now enrolled in non-public private schools that are not necessarily homeschool students.
So those kids are already eligible under the existing law. So to participate, so we have two separate category issues here. So we have RSA 193:1C, and now you all have law books now, right? So you should be very happy about this. So we can all follow along together. And that law is access to public school programs by non-public, public chartered, and home education pupils. So this already talks about who is eligible. So these kids are already eligible to participate for curricular and co-curricular coursework at their school. No grade level required. So this is the existing law. The bill that we have today is now going to allow the Department of Education to reimburse schools for kids that are accessing through this section of law. The current law allows the Department of Education to only reimburse homeschool kids and high school. So now this will be all kids that are accessing it. And then the 1045 bill does something similar, and in addition allows the Department of Education to pay that no matter what our appropriation is.
What exactly is 193C?
So go to page 506 in your book.
506?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wasn't even close to that.
And at the very bottom, in the left-hand column, that's where it starts.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for clarifying this for me. Did I hear right that Mr. Eaton said that it would expand to 120,000 students would be expanded and eligible for this that currently aren't available?
No, that's the dollar amount, $120,000.
Dollar amount? Oh, okay, excuse me. Thank you for
I should specify that is the kids that the schools are currently submitting. There are kids that are participating in school in this coursework that the schools are not submitting because they're not eligible for these funds. So
So a question for you, that is reflecting what we have currently, which is high school. Are you assuming then we're going to get none from the grade schools?
No, we absolutely would. We just don't have an additional data set to share on that. We have had schools that reached out that said, can we submit kids that are not in high school for this? And the schools say, why is it just high school kids? And then why is it just this? So yes, this is.
We had that question at one point in time, and the question came up. How do you define what that time limit is in the grade school? Whereas we had a specific time for high school courses based upon block scheduling or the types of scheduling that they are doing at the course starts and it stops. The teaching of concepts in the grade school don't start and stop from 9 to 10 o'clock. It also carries over into where it might be embedded in another science or social studies class as well. So I'm all good with the high school as we're doing it and doing this for high schools for all. But I'm real concerned about the
And we do require for each course that is being submitted, or for each student that's being submitted, that the school specify the course that is being taken. So they can't just say, oh, they were there for 0.7 of a time. They say that Caitlin Davis was here at this time and she took third grade reading. And then she took second grade math or whatever. And we'll actually, so we say for each one of those coursework, and we'll cap it at the traditional adequacy amount. We're not going to give more than that. So we're going to say for each coursework that you're enrolling in, that is capped at 0.15.
Thank you. Representative Tanner?
Do you have specific figures for, this year, before COVID, and also maybe for this year, of how many public schools submitted for reimbursement, how much was actually reimbursed, and also my question is, when do they get that reimbursement? So I assume that the homeschool person, student or non-public or whatever, doesn't even have to declare that they're coming in for that particular course, so that the school district doesn't have the chance to budget for that. And if it's worked on ADM, they don't get reimbursed until the next year for what happened the year before.
That is correct. It's actually paid at the very end of the following year too, because we need to make sure that we have enough appropriation to pay everything else throughout the year. So in a summer, a school will tell us how many homeschool kids they had and the courses that they took. And then we take that ADM and we start doing our October 1st calculation. We pay October 1st, November 1st, January 1st, and we come down to April and we say, all right, well, we recalculate one more time and we say, all right, we owed schools $700 million and we had $701 million of appropriation, so we can pay that homeschool amount, or we only had $680 million, and so we can't pay the homeschool appropriation. So we have not paid that appropriation at least in the last 3 years. And so we're talking about $100,000 to $200,000 right now that we could have / should have paid based on the current law had we had appropriation, but we have not had the excess appropriation.
So you're saying that in the last 3 years, no public school got reimbursed for extra students coming into classes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Further questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you. What's the incident rate you had for requests for this kind of a payment in the law, in the change law? In other words, currently it's clear about the high school. What's the incident rate you've had for requests from school districts for K to 8, let's say?
So we don't have reliable data on that because schools will the only reason that they're doing this report is to get that adequacy. And the report does specify that it should be high school kids. So we don't have a great count.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Belcher coming down the line then from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it seems like a lot of the questioning around this involves reimbursement, perhaps for students who are participating in extracurriculars and sports and whatnot. So my question is, for those parents who are living in the districts who are perhaps educating or homeschooling or non-public schooling their children, and who are local taxpayers in that district to these schools, assuming they're not getting SPED or any other special programs, what are they getting from the district for those taxes they're paying in right now?
That would be a great question for our local school district.
Okay, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to go back to Brian, because I get lost in your two numbers, if I may. You started with 137, and then you went to 120, and I got the 120 being the money, but I'm really sort of confused. Could you just give me a quick review of that?
So taking the adequacy base rate of $3,866.18, and taking the ADM of those homeschool students within school year 22, that total comes to, sorry, 1 second. $137,124. Plugging that ADM into our adequacy calculator, which takes in consideration the SWEP. So you're right. So that brings it down to $120,143.45 for those additional homeschool students.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I just want to clarify, am I understanding correctly then that we are requiring presently school systems to, for 9 through 12 students, accommodate for both curricular and co-curricular with no guarantee of getting reimbursed for it? And if this bill were to pass, we would be doing that for all students from any educational setting. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so.
Thank you.
A little caveat though, you said the word require, and it's in accordance with policy at the high school level right now. So there's going to be other conditions for acceptance into that course or that, the program. Do you have the prerequisites to get into that course? And co-curriculars, all kinds of them.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Further questions of the department? Not seeing, you're off the hook. Thank you very much. And that does, let's see, close that bill.
Someone coming up.
It did. Which one's this now?
37.
Okay, the next bill which we have, we're going to start in about 5 minutes. We're going to give everybody a stand up here, stretch it a little bit, and we'll come back and start this at 5 minutes of 11.
That was, I put that in, that's the homeschoolers.
I think that I'm good with it.
For me, it's a dual thing.
You tell your first grade teachers to define your course, when it starts and when it stops. They can define the course, but it's a different ballgame.
Because I think we can handle that better.
Oh, much easier. In the grade school, it's oftentimes going to be a babysitter. I got to go to the store at 10, 11. What course you teaching there? I'll send the kid to the grade school. right now, HB 637. This is a bill relative to the calculation of average daily membership in attendance for certain home educated pupils. I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah, for the record, my name is Representative Deb Hobson, and I'm representative to Rockingham County District 14. And I was asked to submit this bill on behalf of the DOE. So you can imagine my surprise when the hearing before is a bill that's almost exactly the same, and it's an area that I only know a very superficial layer. So I'm going to ask that Caitlin Davis come up here and help me from the DOE. Can I do that?
What you can do is if you have nothing further to impart to us,
That's correct. I have nothing.
sit down and then we can have the department carry forward.
Okay, perfect. I'd be happy to relinquish my chair. Oh, and additionally, I do have an amendment for this bill. So I would ask that someone maybe entertain the idea. Okay, great, thank you. Nope.
Good morning. For the record, Caitlin Davis from the Department of Education. Let's start over. Let's forget the last hearing. So I tried to give you all some kind of information before, but I think the first thing that we want to think about is, so we're going to start from scratch, forget the last half hour that we've had here, is in your law book or your computer or whatever you have, direct your attention to page 506, which talks about access to curricular and non-curricular activities. So, or co-curricular rather, not non-curricular. So that is the list of kids who currently have access to curricular and co-curricular activities at schools. So currently it says non-public, chartered, and home educated students have access to curricular and co-curricular activities. Local school districts have policies on who can access them relative to your questions about if students are, or if classes are over subscribed and whatnot. But so that is that section of the law. We're not changing, neither of these bills changes that section right now. Then, under RSA 198:38, that's the section of the law that both of these bills are amending. That is the bill that the Department of Education pays for certain coursework. So our current process is the Department of Education pays for coursework related to kids that are home educated, participating in academic courses at the high school level. This bill, which, and I do have a, did you pass out the amendment? Okay, so they have the amendment. So the bill that you have in front of you, the one initially introduced on behalf of the department, was the department had suggested expanding it to 1 through 12 because of the number of schools that had reached out to the Department of Education and was looking for additional support relative to courses that they were offering throughout the year. The Department of Education also had suggested that we would get rid of the language that we said to the extent that appropriations were available, and said, let's fund this for every kid that's taking a course. So let's pay the public schools for every kid that's taking a course, regardless of the appropriation available to the Department of Education. So those were the suggestions that came on behalf of the Department of Education. The amendment that you have in front of you, instead of just homeschool kids, which that was the original bill, the amendment then includes all kids eligible to participate under the existing law. So all existing kids that are currently eligible to participate, non-public, chartered, and home educated. So that does expand the number of kids that we would pay for, but it does not expand the number of kids that are currently accessing this. So the only kind of issue that I may be seeing now, of course, with the amendment is that it says public elementary or high school. However, we do have middle schools in the state that may not fall under that category of elementary school, so we may want to make a change to that as well. To correct my testimony on the last bill, so we have paid this. So this aid went in place. It passed in the 2016 and 17 biennium budget in the summer of 2015. Since that time, we have paid this aid 3 times, but I did say not in the last 3 years, which is incorrect. We paid it in fiscal year 17, fiscal year 18, and fiscal year 21. To the tune of, in 2017, $134,000, $104,000 in fiscal year 18, and $143,000 in 21. And that is on, so the in 2017, of the $134,000 we paid, that was included in the $927 million in adequacy that we paid. $104,000 was included in the $924 million of adequacy that we paid. And in fiscal year 21, the $143,000 was included in the $1.1 billion in adequacy that we paid. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, yeah. So in 17, 18, and 21, were schools reimbursed 100% of what they applied for?
Yes. For grades 9 through 12, home educated students.
Okay, and we're expanding that now, so the budget should reflect, the budget proposal to finance should reflect the fact that we need a lot more money in that particular area to cover all the.
A lot more money, depending on your definition of a lot more money, maybe $100,000 on $1 billion.
When the department went ahead with this, I'm still having a real gut ache with the elementary schools. As an elementary teacher and an elementary principal for all these years, I noticed and I know that how we teach in the grade schools, you can't say language arts is only taught during 9 to 10. For example, today being the day in which we remember the Holocaust and genocide, so we then look at the book Number of the Stars by Lois Lowry, who dealt with trying to get the Jews out of Denmark to Sweden. We teach that in social studies, but we're also having kids read this thematic reader as part of our language arts program. Or we could do another book like Elephant in the Garden by Michael Morpurgo, which deals with the bombing of Dresden and trying to get an elephant out of there. And I won't go into the story, but it's all good reading, but it's done in conjunction with social studies and literature. So language. So when we're trying to gel this down to, you're going to get a 0.15 for a course. What is the definition of a course? I know you've given the national stuff, but that's not, New Hampshire's not national. We are New Hampshire. And how we teach here is we are trying to have thematic approaches to this. And I think it's the best way to teach some of the needs that we have in social studies through reading some of this wonderful literature that's been written for intermediate level students, grades 3, 4, 5, 6. So did the department consider at all that a course as we define for the high school is going to be appropriate for what we're doing in the elementary schools?
What our process would be for a school to define their course. So a school will have to select a course from an existing list of coursework. So they will have to use their best judgment to say, this kid was taking a reading class or this kid was taking a math class, and it is aligned to the specific course. A school is going to have to do that, and before the Department of Education will reimburse them for that money. For that ADM.
I would ask, and I know this is not a question, but the department wants us to start getting and taking this knowledge and the skills and applying this knowledge and skills. In the grade schools, we apply it through other courses as well, but it's all compiled into learning how to read. So it doesn't start and stop between 9 and 10, as it would in block scheduling or scheduling at a high school, which is easier to define because we're talking about graduation credits. We're not talking about graduation credits. We talk about class and program when we get to grade schools. So, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Davis. You mentioned about elementary and middle schools, and middle schools, maybe being covered. I was looking at lines 19, meaning of elementary school is defined in 194-19A, right? So this is very instructive based on another bill that we have to recodify our education statutes. Because if you look at 194-19A, the definition of an elementary school, it says, for the purpose of this chapter, an elementary school is set forth as in 189-25. So looking at 189-25, it says K through 12. An elementary is any school approved by the State Board of Education in which the subjects taught are presented by the State Board for grades kindergarten through 8 of the public schools. So I think we're okay in terms of covering middle school levels, but I don't know if we want to change the reference to the 189-25 or, but that's a great example of need for recodification of our statutes.
And further, let me cut into that. It's further need to recodify, seeing the middle school is defined as grades 4 through 8.
Right.
And so we're talking about what we call the intermediate grades when we're talking about grades 4, 5, and possibly 6. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask the same question again. Obviously, this is a department request, and so there's got to be a basis for the department request from a standpoint. I would assume that you've had inquiries from school districts about expanding this to elementary and middle school. So I'm asking the question again, how often have you received these kinds of requests? Is there a need for this?
So we currently collect the data once a year from all schools. Our current collection doesn't specify that it's high school only. But right now, so the grades levels that so of this last year's data, so there were 1,138 kids that the school districts told us were taking coursework. Now these are kids, not courses, so each one of these could break down to 1.15. Of that, 591 were in 9 through 12. And 516 were in grades 1 through 8, and 31 kindergartners.
So you did have a data. Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Lekes.
Thank you. If a child was getting their language arts partially through history, and the child was there for specific language arts instruction and history instruction, would that be 2 courses? And could the fact that they're there for half a day and they're actually during that half a day there for history, there for math, there for, could you count 0.15 for each of those? And would that solve that problem? And is that something that could be done?
I don't know the answer to that question. We would really have to have a conversation with the schools and you kind of say, how does it break down to the specific data prescriptive standards that we've told them to report that information on?
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The previous bill focused on grades 1 through 12, and this particular bill starts at kindergarten through 12. Why is there a difference?
I'm not sure the drafting difference. I am not sure what the drafting difference is.
Thank you.
Representative Cordelli and then Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again. Based on the 2022 numbers of 1,138 kids taking courses, there were approximately 547 kindergarten through 8th grade taking courses, assuming each kid took one course. There were 547 courses offered by public schools for which they were not reimbursed, but would be reimbursed if this bill were to pass. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Just the last statement you made about the number of students and the reimbursement. In high school, it's by course, so it's like chemistry course, which may meet every day or whatever. But in an elementary school, as Representative Ladd has continually talked about, is different setup. Could a parent have their child go to public school on, let's say, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then homeschool them on Tuesday, Thursday, and would the school get reimbursed 0.15 each day that the child was in the elementary school?
So it's based on enrollment, of course, throughout the entire year. Attendance isn't really relative to it. So if a child was to enroll in a course, we would expect them to participate in the entire length of the course. I'm not sure how your scenario would apply to this.
But and in elementary, would they get, let's say, if they went in from 9 to noon, and there was language arts and mathematics and social studies taught during that time integrated together, would the school receive just 0.15 or would they receive 0.15 times 3?
It depends on how the school reports to us. They're going to have to say that Linda Tana took a social studies class of 0.15 and then a reading class and then a math class. The school has to be prescriptive as far as saying the actual coursework that they're taking.
Thank you.
I've got a question for you. In the high school, you oftentimes will take the required courses, maybe some electives, and maybe get a study hall in there. So you may be taking 5 a day. It's my understanding, at least when I was an administrator or a principal over in Maine, that when we had the kids at school for more than half of the academic program, they were counted as a student publicly enrolled in the high school or the public school, therefore could not be homeschoolers.
So we don't make that delineation at the Department of Education. However, we do have a SACID number that we're doing for each one of these, so there's no way of counting them double if that's what your concern is.
That's part of my concern. I'm still going back. I hearken to kindergarten. I don't know how you're going to find a course when you're just trying to get the kids settled down for 10, 15 minutes this, and then you're on to another topic, and then you're off to drawing, and then crayoning, and then whatever it might be. How are you going to define that? Did the department think of this?
So, I mean, there are kindergarten codes in this prescriptive course code work, and that's what we're going to rely on.
Okay. So. All righty. Representative Myler.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since we've got the expert here, could you define and delineate the difference between ADMA and ADMR?
Of course.
Thank you.
Yes. And something I can answer.
There we go.
So average daily membership and residence is where the kid lives ADMA, average daily membership and attendance, is where the child is attending. So you may have a kid who is part of the, let's see if I can pick a good example here. For ADMR purposes, they are a resident of the town of Epsom. But for ADMA, they're attending Pembroke Academy because they're a high school kid. So they would be part of the ADM. So ADMR, they'd be from Epsom. ADMA, they would be from Pembroke. So ADMR is where the kid lives, and that's how we calculate adequacy. So the town of responsibility is based on residency. ADMA is where the child is living, and that's how we calculate things like enrollment and such.
Can you define a little bit more for me? For example, I'll use my Holderness School. Kids going there, but they're a resident of Holderness.
Mm-hmm.
Holderness sends their high school kids to Plymouth.
Mm-hmm.
So for ADMA, they'd be counted by Plymouth.
Correct.
And ADMR, they'd be on resident of Holderness.
Correct.
Okay, so I think we're on the same page. Representative Rye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on that, in the Plainfield Town Report, it lists 213 public school students for the elementary school, and then 4 homeschoolers for a total of 217. And is that because those are the ones that might be eligible? I always wondered why there weren't private school educated children included in that number.
Right. We don't collect data on where the private school kids come from. So the ADMA numbers and ADMR numbers don't include any private school kids. If you're seeing a difference, you may have 2 kids. So if you may have an ADMR number that's too high, or is that what your example said?
Right. When my children were there, it was my kids' number were the extra ones added to the total.
They shouldn't have been if they were homeschooled, no. Because we're talking about ADMA and ADMR of public schools.
Just a follow-up, and let me make sure I remember my question. If this changes, would they be included in the total of students? Would non-public school students also be included in a total?
If this bill is enacted and they were taking classes, they would be in an ADMR for the purpose of calculating this the differentiated age as far as the adequate education formula is involved, but not as far as other enrollment reports.
Okay, thank you.
Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Caitlin. We really appreciate what you do. You know, you're supposed to know everything about finance, which you absolutely do. And now you've been thrown in the arena of the policy side too. We appreciate you. Okay, that concludes testimony on this bill. And we're now into HB 501. Sounds like we're buying jeans here, 501. Relative to ages for special education services. Yeah, I know it. This is your age deal.
I got the next one deals with that too, my bill.
Oh. Representative Murphy, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Ladd, Vice Chair Cordelli, and honorable members of the committee. I'm Nancy Murphy here representing Hillsborough 12, the town of Merrimack. I'm here to introduce HB 501 relative to the ages for special education. This bill is a housekeeping bill in the truest sense of the word. Its intent is just to make technical corrections to sections of RSA that were inadvertently overlooked and remain unchanged when HB 1513, sponsored by Representative Boyd, was passed last term. HB 1513 matched the previous HB 1558 that I sponsored in 2020, and it passed this committee 20-0. HB 1513 brought RSA 186C, special education, into compliance under current federal law. It amended the definition of a child with disability to match both federal statute and federal regulations. It didn't raise the age limit of a student entitled to a free and appropriate public education. It merely corrected the ambiguity of RSA 186C in order to bring New Hampshire statute into conformity with federal law. There are 8 places in the RSA that were mistakenly overlooked that need to be amended for consistency with current law, and HB 501 is meant to correct that. They are found in the bill before you. I don't know if you want me to review actually where they are, but they're in bold, and they impact 8 different sections of the law.
You don't need to go through
Okay.
some of those.
Okay, and really it's pretty simple, and it's just unfortunately a couple of rounds it took us to find all the places where the 21 inclusive needed to be included and eliminate any confusion with conflicting statutes. So.
Thank you. I think this is exactly what we're talking about, recodifying. We don't have all those hyperlinks that take us to where we need to go when we make these changes. It gets under one and there's 5 others loose.
Right.
Yep. Representative Tanner?
I kind of remember this bill from last term. And the fact that, we all were concerned that a child with disabilities would get to be, would be in school, start in September, go through November, and then say, oh, you hit the magic number and you're out. And I thought we kind of worked around that so that didn't happen. But it seems like with this one, it happens again. Is that correct or not?
No, it's not changing anything. It's just, there was just a couple of inconsistencies where it did not get changed to 21 inclusive. So the law has stayed the same. It's not changing anything that hasn't already been, should have been corrected when the statute was amended.
Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have Karen Rosenberg.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Karen Rosenberg, Policy Director of the Disability Rights Center. I think ditto to what Representative Murphy just said. This is a housekeeping bill, an inadvertent admission of, noting all the places in our special ed law that were impacted when the legislature and the governor signed into law this new law that increases eligibility to 21 inclusive. So now that we actually have a definition that's in conformity with the federal law, in order to comply with federal law fully, we need to make sure that we are providing a free, appropriate public education in our state law to all the students who are eligible. And so this effectuates what you all intended to do, clears up any ambiguity, and hopefully it will get cleaned up and we'll move forward. So I can take any questions, but
Thank you. Are there any questions?
thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris Bond? Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Chris Bond, Senior Assistant Attorney General in New Hampshire Department of Justice. I agree with everything that's been said so far. We understand this to be a housekeeping bill to make changes consistent with the change made last year. We just wanted to reiterate on the record our understanding that federal law does require the age 21 inclusive standard. So I'm happy to take any questions, but we just wanted to make sure, since this was being opened up again, that we were clear that was our position on what the federal law requires.
Thank you very much. Other questions, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Following up on Representative Tanner's query, does federal law make any statement about individuals who, as many would, become 21 midway through the academic year?
Thank you for that question. No, the federal requirement only speaks to the age 21 inclusive language. There's nothing in federal law that would prevent offering services beyond that if you wanted to go through a school year. I do recall last year some discussion about having it end with a school year, and that's permissible under federal law so long as it's the school year where the child has already reached age 21 inclusive. What the federal law requirement is that up to age 21 inclusive, they have to be offered the services. It would be up to the state to decide whether they stop them at that, which is the outer deadline, or whether they decide to continue. And we would be agnostic on that point. But to be a requirement with federal law, the services have to be offered up to age 21 inclusive.
Yes.
Can you speak to what is happening now in New Hampshire?
My understanding, and that question might be better directed to the Department of Education folks, but my understanding is that since the law was passed last year, special ed services are provided up through age 21 inclusive. There may be school districts that decide to offer services beyond that because they wouldn't be precluded from doing that. So I don't know what the practice is. I don't have any knowledge about that.
That is occurring, but if they go beyond, they're not going to get reimbursed for that.
That would be correct as well because the law provides for the reimbursement up through that age.
Yeah. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being newer, the language is a little strange to me, 21 inclusive. Is that just a more complicated way of saying 22?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, so 21 inclusive means the entirety of the year where you are 21. So basically up until your 22nd birthday. Yep.
Further questions, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Welcome back to education. I think you were here for quite a bit of this last year. As I recall, 21 inclusive was used because it mirrors federal law. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. Yes, 21 inclusive is the language in the IDEA. Correct.
Are there further questions? Thank you very much for taking the time to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And from the Department of Education, as needed, do we need to have Rebecca Fredette come up? Anybody on the committee have questions for her? I think you're off the hook. Okay. Well, do you have a question?
I think she's indicating she can answer my last question.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Come on up, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Again, I'm Rebecca Fredette. I'm the State Director of Special Education. And to your question, Representative Damon, it varies from town to town. There are some school districts who will keep students until the end of the school year and then will pay out of their local funds for any services they provide from their birth date to the end of the school year. But there are also schools that will have the student leave on the last day that they are 21. Some of them do it on their birthday, but most of them do it the day before.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there further questions? Thank you very much. Not seeing any further pink cards up here, we're going to close 501 and move on to the last bill before lunch. And we got to keep that nutrition up, all those calories. We need some donuts out there. HB 439, relative to the duty to provide an education and contracts with private schools. 439. Welcome, Representative Cordelli.
Again, thank you. Representative Glenn Cordelli, still representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee. Section 1 deals with co-curricular, no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong bill. Section 1 does deal with age 21 inclusive, however, and tries to clean up that one section of statute in the same way the previous bill does. So there is duplication between that section in this bill and the previous bill. This bill goes on and does one other thing. Before I realized that we will have our new books going around, or copies of the two sections of statute involved in this. And 439 in lines 8 and 9 repeals 189 1A, Roman 4, which is going around and is underlined. That is repealed because it is for two reasons. It includes language that has been changed in 193.3 and duplicates what's in 193.3. So it's a minor recodification attempt. But the language that is in 189 1A, duty to provide education, Roman 4, includes the ability to execute a contract with any approved non-sectarian private school. That non-sectarian language was removed a year ago, and that is correctly reflected in 193.3, which in this context applies to town tuitioning. So you could say that this is another cleanup attempt. Basically, those are the two pieces of this HB 439, and be glad to take any questions.
Yes, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. Just a clarifying question. To be fully consistent with federal law, we would need to pass both this Bill 439 and then the previous House Bill 501. Is that right?
Merge them.
We passed the previous bill to clean up the H-20 exclusive. The one thing this bill does, the other didn't, is to repeal that statute that has out-of-date language.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. This bill actually repeals RSA 189:1-A 4, Roman numeral 4. Isn't that essentially the Croydon bill that we passed that allowed for schools that didn't provide public education during certain grades, and this was with Croydon, it was up to 4th grade, and then after that, that the school board could then contract with non-public schools. I know we took the non-sectarian part out of it, but it was so that the school board actually still retained the ability to oversee the education of the child that they were contracting to another school. So is this repealing the fact that they can still contract, or is it just repealing the non-sectarian part of it?
Thank you. The ability to contract for provision of those grade levels to another school is in 193.3, Roman 6 and 7. So that is not impacted by this other repeal in this bill.
Was that 189:1, was that the Croydon bill?
I don't remember which was the Croydon bill and which wasn't.
I don't
to tell you
either.
the truth.
And, all I can remember is KUA and Montessori school and all that other we were discussing with Croydon wanting to tuition their kids out to those locations. I can't remember which bill it was, Representative Tanner.
But
thought it
the
was
result of this is that schools still that don't have public education Croydon can still contract with Newport if they want to.
Correct.
Yeah.
They can, if I could expand, they can contract with any school for which they come to an agreement on the tuition to be paid.
And the local board has responsibility for approving that. Yes. Okay. Further questions of Representative Cordelli? Not seeing any, and I have no more cards on this bill. So guess what? We're closing this, so you got some more time for lunch. Thank you. No, this next bill starts at 12:45. We're dealing with the differentiated aid for special education. I thought that when we did the Corn bill, wasn't that a Senate bill? I don't know. Senate Bill 8?
Yeah, I can't remember.
SB 8? I can't remember either. There's so many bills coming our way.
Yeah.
I realize everybody's jumping up for lunch here.
All set? Yes.
May I give the scoring for the bills this morning, the 5 bills this morning, what the testimony online numbers were?
Okay.
So for the first bill, we heard 572, there were 78 support, 0 opposed. For 625, there were 3 support, 33 opposed. 439, 2 for, 2 opposed. 501, 5 for, 1 opposed. 637, 3 for, and 1 opposed.
Thank you. Is our first bill presenter set, or do you need a minute?
Before we get started this afternoon, I'd just like to make a note that tomorrow, January 28th, is the anniversary of the Challenger explosion. And we have in our hearing here a note of Krista and those of us that knew her and worked with her. On this, it's a very special day for those of us who knew her. And when my son and I were down at the launching of the Challenger, it was not the historic day that we thought we would see, but it happened. So I just wanted to make that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think so. I think thank you for the offered moment of silence, but I do think that there's those of us that were there celebrate that each day in our own way. Thank you very much.
Sure. Okay, I guess we're about set to get started with our afternoon session. And the first bill is House Bill 540, relative to adequate education grant amounts for pupils receiving special education services. And we welcome Chairman Rick Ladd to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli and members of the Education Committee. I got my pink card right here. It's all filled out, so I'll hand it off when I come back up. I'm here today to introduce 540 as a bill relative to the adequate education grant amounts for pupils receiving special education services. I come from a community which is very, a community which is not a wealthy community at all, and we're looking at our base adequacy and our differentiated aid amount that we get paid, and as are many districts throughout this state. And I believe the amount for special education aid in the area, in the component of differentiated aid for special ed, is a little over $2,000 per student, $2,079 roughly in some odd cents. And we provide that. I've given you a packet here, and unfortunately when they ran it off upstairs, they ran both back and front, and I asked them only run the front, so we could have cut the paper in half and done it back to back, but we've got, so I'll try to challenge you to go through it with me. On page 1, there was a report that I had that was presented to me by our research staff months ago, and it's put together by the American Institutes for Research, and we as a state have used AIR for looking at our grants and how we fund education, and we had the study commission which we've looked at that. And within this particular section of this report, it looks at how we fund special education services in the schools. And I underlined the first page, seeing that even this report is older, but it still reflects that we have 13 IEP categories. You can look at them on the first page, where's the one on the bottom page, and you can see them. And what we're trying to do, or what this report was trying to do, is try to identify, are there certain categories which can be lumped together and weighted at a certain cost value? And are there some other categories which require more service time that are much more complex? Do you weight at a different level than the first category? And then you can also look at a number of other categories if you want to do that. There are a number of states. Let's go to the next page in this thing. And before on page 2, you can see this is just a report before I get into what the other states do, which reflects the number of students in special education services in our state. And this report here is, and we've been handed it for 2022, there's 30,917 kids based upon these numbers here. And you can see the categories to the left and explains them down below on the left-hand side of the page. And you can see also the total number of students throughout the state which are in these particular categories. You can see some categories have a lot of students in them. For example, you're looking down specific learning disabilities, and there's 10,000 plus students there. Whereas you can look at deaf and blindness, only 10. And that kind of is reflective as you go back over the years here. The next sheet, I put a couple, and there's 2021. On page 4, it jumps to 2006. And I show you some other reports which we've gotten beyond, older than 2006, 2004, and 2002. The difference between this reporting and what you see reported now is we got information prior from 2006 going backwards that identified the types of programs which we had in the state, whether it be home-based program, individual non-school, resource room program, self-contained program, modified regular education program. And we had the information down below, whether it was residential or day. We had responsibility for placement, who placed them in, whether it was the parent, the court, the district. That information used to be provided to us. We don't have that now. And part of what I'd like to see happen is we can start attaining this information. So then on page 9, we can look at this data and see, and I have underlined here, all data reported, and this is in the AIR report, are for certain years, 99 through 2000, but it hasn't changed great. Section 2 shows how the total expenditure to educate a school-age student with disability varies depending on the type of disability. You go to the next page, and this starts to get into the weighted on page 10. And you can see that even though some of the disabilities are not called the same as they are today, we're still educating students which have similar handicapping or disabilities. And you can see that as you get up along that spectrum here, visually impaired, which would be the fourth one from the right, how you can see that compared to a learning disability, a student learning disability on the far left-hand side. And the costs between the upper bound cost and the lower bound cost are significantly different. We fund in our differentiated aid every category the same, $2,000 some odd dollars. Yet we know it takes a different amount of service to provide that student the needs that that student has. And it takes, in some cases, real specialized medical understanding in how to work with these students. If they're deaf and blind, it takes a real skill that you're not going to have from a classroom teacher, of course. And to get that type of training, even when you're in a postgraduate program, is very costly, and it's harder to find than it is, for example, even if you look at, if you go up at where I was at the University of Maine, when I checked out with my daughter not too long ago, how many slots you have for speech therapists up there? They had 25 slots available in their program annually for a speech pathologist. That is ridiculous when we know that we have such a high demand throughout our country. Going on to the next sheet, so then I asked our researcher back on September 19th, this is Jennifer Four, to do some research and find out, okay, multiple weights for special education funding. Which states are doing this and which aren't? Most are doing a weighted formula of some kind. And you can see that on the next sheet over, which would be page 12, they took several states and showed you how they're doing it. For example, 7 states has signed additional funding weights based on student disabilities. And you can see, for example, Arizona has 11 categories. Georgia has 15. Colorado 2. We have 1. Next group down, 4 states assign additional funding weights based on the number of hours of service provided or the level of service provided. So some weight by the category, some weight by the time it takes to provide that service. Then you go down where you see Iowa and Texas. 2 states assign additional funding weights based on student placement. In other words, if you're placed in residential, of course, it's going to be a lot more than it's if you're placing within the traditional system. And Indiana and Kentucky, 2 states assign additional funding weights based on disability severity or incidence level. Indiana and Kentucky. 1 state assigns additional funding weights based on student cost. Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has since been in real trouble with their funding formula. They've had to rebake the whole thing. We learned that through the commission study. Going on to page 13, I'm going to try to fly through here. You can see on the bottom of this page how Georgia, that's one example that comes from Georgia, from the Education Commission of the States. I looked at a report from the Education Commission of the States, and like 39 states at that time were waiting out their formulas. And so you can see category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 categories. You can read and see what types of needs are placed under like category 3 or category 2 or 1. So we introduced last year a bill as an amendment to SB 420. That's on page 14. And the attempt to try and get weightedness into our education formula was attempted. And you can see on the back page, on page 15, it shows how we added in here to the Extraordinary Needs Grant by way of an amendment that there was the base cost of $2,037.11. And then we had category A and category B. Category A, you can see, included certain, on line 23 going down through 29, you could see the categories which were added underneath category A and category B of service. But then looking at that and working with folks and asking questions over at DOE and through folks such as Becky, I don't know if Becky's here right now or not, Wilson, that there are a lot of overlapping needs which are bouncing. There are multiple handicapping conditions, and it was hard to, and some of them, even though it may have been speech, it may be the intensity of the speech in the IEP, which demanded more time than a student that's just in there for his or her pronunciation of the letter R, probably from Boston. And so I put aside that now, and I've gone to page 16 here, and looked at the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, Part B. What kind of information is reported to the feds? And there is one way of doing this, and that's based upon the time that the student is receiving service during the course of the day. We saw that as a possible weighted version that some other states are currently doing. And we know that there are some students which receive that service throughout the course of the day, especially some that are orthopedically handicapped or immobile. We know oftentimes that those which are visually impaired, same. Those with traumatic brain injury require an intense amount of time. And so what this bill does now, if you go on to page 17, this is how the LSR was presented. It was LSR 48. Now it's HB 540. The initial LSR replicated what we had in the previous amendment last year. This shows you where things were struck. And it says now an additional $2,079 plus for each pupil in ADMR who is receiving special education services with a category A. So they would receive the $2,079.89. Category B would receive $4,729.78. These are for, and it'll explain down below, for more than 80% of the time that they're receiving that service. The first category for B would be for less. Then the category A applies to pupils receiving special education services for less than 80% of the school day. Category B would if you receive a service more than 80% of the day. And category C applies to students that would receive special education services in a separate schools, residential facilities, or homebound hospital placements. That wording comes directly out of this data fact sheet. As you can see right at the top, going back to page 16, under the IDEA, it references in separate schools, residential placements, homebound/hospital placements. So we're talking about that child that we once called CAT aid, now special education aid. So this does not suffice for the CAT aid or special aid, but it increases the amount that's allocated in the differentiated aid component from the $2,000 in the case of the student that is CAT aid or special aid qualifying, they would get $6,239 plus. So the last sheet, going through this quickly, is how's this reflect on what we're, or compared to what we're doing now? On page 18, total projected special education pupils is 30,309 students. We know that in category A, it's approximately 88.5%. You see that number of students. Category B, 9%, 2,728 students. And category C, 2.5% of the whole, which would be 758 students. You can see how that costs out with A, B, C down below with a total of $73 million plus. Compared to the current formula, if we fund it all 30,000 students plus by the $2,079, it comes up to $63 million plus. The difference is this would cost $10 million to put this in effect, roughly. And so this is basically the concept of this. This is similar to that that's been implemented in the state of Washington. And let's see, the next sheet. Oh, I just put this in here because oftentimes we discuss special education. We ask, what is an accommodation? What is a modification in the classroom? Simply put, an accommodation adjusts how a student learns, while a modification adjusts what they learn. So oftentimes the students in the class, how they learn it, we can modify that in the classroom. While a modification adjusts what they learn, you have to change and you have to take into account the capping condition to determine that one. So that closes my presentation on this bill. I think it just explains to you that we're looking at a weighted formula for our differentiated aid, getting away. The weighted formula concept was also introduced by the Commission for studying our funding formula. This is not the same weighting amount. That weighting amount was 4.19, I believe, times the base amount. This recommendation here is somewhat based upon what we have as possible available dollars. I'll be honest with that. However, it's also trying to say that there's certain categories, which I've doubled the number each time, to try to come at a factor or a number which will definitely help us in all our districts. This is something which will be applicable to every district in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the representative?
Great.
Yeah, looks like you're going to get off easy. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm ready to get out of here, yeah.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. In the on the page where we can look up how people vote, oppose or support the bill, there was one letter from a parent whose son was multiply handicapped, I guess, but they wanted him to be mainstreamed as much as possible to gain from the class and whatever. And I think the fear was that instead of doing that, if you would get more money by keeping the student in a resource room or less mainstreaming to get the 80%, there will be less inclination to try to include students into regular classes.
That's not the purpose of this. In other words, there's going to be a para with that person in the classroom, I'm sure.
Okay, so that would count towards the 80%.
As far as I'm concerned,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
That is part of the IEP.
Okay,
And it's being carried forward into the classroom.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, and thank you. It's a really important issue. So I was wondering, on your written testimony, page 17, you have crossed off changes that you had from a previous idea, one of which is listing a non-exhaustive list of specific diagnoses that may be included. Do you see a value as to maybe adding that in addition to how the Bill 540 is currently written for just to be non-ambiguous, or is there just no added value to that?
If we were to go with the categories that, we had in the amendment last year, which are those that like category A would have included developmental delay, specific learning disabilities, which is fairly common, speech and language impairments. That category would receive the lesser of the amount. Category B would apply to pupils receiving special services, includes autism, deaf blindness, emotional disturbance, hearing impairments, multiple disabilities, intellectual disability, and other health impairments, orthopedic impairments, traumatic brain injury, acquired brain injury, and visual impairments. You can see that this category right here has many of those categories which are going to require more instructional time than a student that has a learning disability in reading and gets that support from the teacher for reading, and then and probably can do that in the classroom as well. Or in some cases, it needs specialized and may go to a resource room for 45 minutes, or whatever the IEP might say. That category right there, the two categories like this, there's some blending though, because oftentimes there's multiple issues between. And if you were to ask me to really explain why those categories over here versus these over here, I really couldn't give you that answer. I have to rely upon people that are like a Rebecca Fredette or those that are involved with this. But I can tell you, if we did this bill the way it was presented, we'd be talking close to $15 million.
Okay.
$14 to $15 million. So it'd be an additional $4 or $5 million to do it by these categories. But then we'd have to really square away and say, has Representative Ladd gotten the categories correct? Are there some other categories belong in category A or from A to B? I'm not that expert. My background is I've worked in schools. We received awards for how we had intervention in our schools and how we ran our IEPs and providing the support. I had all the specialists in my elementary school, everybody from a psychologist to speech pathologist, physical therapist, occupational therapist. I had it all. And I was very fortunate we had ARCO up the road paying the bill. We don't have that, here. So I would refer that back to the specialist one. It's a good question.
All right. Thank you.
Good question.
Representative Tanner.
The other question that kind of came up on the online submission was the percentages and how they're determined, and whether having an extended summer program where they would be 100% in it would put them in a different category, and again make it less a least restrictive environment kind of thing.
I went with the percentages simply because it is a format already under IDEA.
Right.
So whether it's inclusive of your extended IEP, which would take you through the summer because you don't want to see a lot of loss during the summer, and I had that written in IEPs as well, and that it takes extensive money. We also had kids which were evaluated through the hospitals up in Anchorage for neurological issues. We had to flip that bill too back then because we weren't working closely with HHS. And so there are a number of issues which need to be addressed, and that would be one. I'm not going to assume anything. I'm going to let you ask that question too, how you incorporate those costs into this percentage.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, maybe I'll ask one. Looking at the weighted averages in other states, I've seen concerns about the funding and the greater funding if they're spending more time outside of the regular classroom. Do you see any problem down the road in schools taking them out of the regular classroom and into a special ed class in order to receive the greater funding?
There may be always some manipulation within how you present a budget, but I hope that's not the case. I hope what we're looking at is that Right now, we're looking at truly an unfunded mandate, and we're looking at, we are required to provide an appropriate service to all these students with an IEP. I question if we're able to do that with $2,000 per pupil. We can't even do it with $6,000 per pupil. But we certainly can do it better with 6 than 2. And so I guess where I first learned about the weighted formula was when I saw the research from ECS years and years ago from Texas. At that point in time, they had more different categories than any other state in the country. So I would say that I'm doing this simply because, yeah, there could always be manipulation. I hope not. I hope there's good oversight. But I want to see us being able to provide that service for districts that need the money to provide this service.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, Representative Ladd, for putting this, keeping this initiative going. This was obviously something that I think was very supportive the committee was very supportive of last year. And I also appreciate the change with respect to hours of services as opposed to categories. But my question actually goes to the last category C, which is pupils receiving special education services in separate schools, residential facilities, or homebound hospital placements. That's sort of a category as opposed to a number of hours. And in a small district, is the Department of Education going to be able to, or for a small district, going to be able to disclose that information, which presently I think, for if the number of students is under 11, that gets redacted on a district basis.
I think we need to ask how they're doing it. They are doing it. For example, when you have a child that moves in and is needing a residential placement, that happens often. Like I mentioned to you, the small town of Piermont, where they had 2 come in the same year, each one cost $250,000 plus. They didn't have the money, and there is state money available for that. So that is provided the year after the cost. So that information is made available by Piermont to the Department of Education. We have this youngster based upon the IEP we have here, where we have to have a residential placement. Okay. Now, how that occurs and the goings on there, I think that can be easily answered from how they keep confidentiality and all that. That's why we have the SASN unique pupil identifier and all that.
Right. No, thank you. And a follow-up. It's not so much that the disclosure by the department through the funding formula identifies the specific name or even a SASID ID number of a student, but in a small district, a lot of as I've been told, people can sort of determine or may have an idea who that student is, and I was wondering what sort of protections.
In all reality, Piermont's a community of 670 people.
Right.
The school has 67 kids in the school. Everybody knows all in that community.
Yeah.
And it's typical New Hampshire. So how you get around that, I don't know if you ever will, because that's just the culture of our state.
Right. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
If anyone is interested, Rebecca Fredette from the department is here and is available for testimony if anyone has any questions for her. Sure. Rebecca, if you could join us, we might have a question or two.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. My name is Rebecca Fredette. I'm the State Director of Special Education. I will preface this with, I can answer your questions related to special education, but you will have to refer to my colleagues in the back regarding money.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for coming up for my question. I was concerned about how the 80%, 40, the different percentages of the child's involvement, inclusion in the regular school, how that's determined when you may have a student who is included 80% during the regular school year, but then goes on to the extended learning over the summer, and that's 100%. And would they then be disqualified for, like, be put in a non-inclusive situation when they were in the regular school year?
Thank you for your question. So the ESY services or extended school year services would not be included within the determination for least restrictive environment, because that's what these calculations are, or LRE. We just look at so we have the New Hampshire Special Education Information System, and every district puts in, they either write their complete IEP within that system, or they put in the data that we need to calculate our indicators for the federal government. And so LRE is one of them, and it looks at the services that they have and what setting they are in. So are they in a regular education setting or a special education setting, or are they in a separate school? And then it also looks at, and then determines the length of the school day and looks at those two numbers to say, okay, they're over 80% or they're under 80%, or we've placed them in a separate school. So it looks directly at their individual IEPs to make that determination.
Follow-up?
Do you have any fear that it's going to create incentives or disincentives to move special ed students around in these percentages?
It would be a concern, but we also have on the other side of that, through our State Performance Plan Annual Performance Report, or SPP APR, that we provide to the federal government each year, we have a target for where your LRE should be for both K through 12 and for preschool. So if they were to go above that target, we would, it could trigger monitoring with them, and it would trigger us working with them through our indicator monitoring to say, why is your number so high? What are your criteria for placing children in a more restrictive environment? Are you doing these practices because you want more money for each student? So it would be followed up with our monitoring process, and we would be aware of that because of this bill, and be able to say, all right, we need to go talk to this school or that school because their numbers haven't increased above our target.
Parent be able to, would a parent be able to question that as well, the placement within?
Yes, they can. Yep.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative, I'm sorry. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Ford, as well. I asked this question a moment ago, and I just want to defer it to you. Thank you for being here and for taking the question. Would there be any added benefit to maybe adding to this bill diagnoses that might fit these categories? I know you can't possibly include all of them within the language of a bill, but just to give more of a guide to school districts or to parents as to what dollar amount their child would receive.
Thank you for the question, Representative McDonald. When the bill came up the last time that it was presented, that was the consideration was to look at disabilities, and it's very difficult because you have a wide spectrum. For example, if you have a child with a disability that's autism, you could have a very low functioning autistic child, or you could have a very high functioning autistic child, and they're going to have a variety of services based on what their needs are. So to put autism in there for somebody who's high functioning, they're really not going to have as many costs as somebody who is more low functioning. So that was kind of that it made it difficult to try to say, yes, this one would cost more or that one would cost more. Whereas this one, I think, is more indicative of, if you're not in the classroom as much, you really do need more services. And if you're in a separate school, you really need a lot more services. So it's as you need more services, that price kind of increases for what you need to be able to pay for those supports.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Ford.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
As a person who spent almost all of an academic year as a para to one of these students we're describing, I wonder if you could comment on what kind of data there is on the, I guess you call it, outcomes of providing that kind of support from an academic development of the student perspective.
So it's going, again, not to defer back to, it's going to vary from student to student. It would be really on those annual progress reports that are done for each student. Has the support of that paraprofessional provided them what they needed to be able to be successful? Have they met their goals that are in their IEP? Were they provided the supports that the team felt was necessary to ensure that they were receiving free and appropriate public education? So it
Thank
goes
you.
back to that IEP and really the
Right.
progress the student makes.
So, and that would be predicated on somebody's assessment of their status at the beginning and
Yep, and the data.
presumably at the conclusion.
Yep, and the data they should be collecting each quarter and reporting on to parents or trimester, depending on the school. So they should be collecting data around the students' progress and how they're doing and be able to report that to the parents.
Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I don't think we have any other cards. Was there anyone else who wanted to testify? There was one from the Department of Education without a name, but seeing no one raising their hand, we'll close this hearing, and our next hearing is in about 20 minutes.
Which we've received from the Turkish consulate in Boston regarding one of the bills which we've recently heard. You all got that? Because we have copies here as well. Was it for everybody? Yeah. Well, they made sure they got a hold of every one of us then. Yeah, it's got a good seal on it. Thank you. Another tree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow committee members. For the record, Glenn Cordelli representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee. And HB 530 is the result of the work of several people, several groups, trying to look at fairness in relation to the withdrawal process and allowing districts to withdraw from a cooperative school district. As we've heard over the past term in a number of cases, and we'll be hearing more, I think again this year about it. I think it's something like 2 times in the past 60 years, a district has been able to withdraw from a cooperative school district. Mainly because if a smaller school district wants to withdraw from a cooperative district, it requires the vote of the entire cooperative district. And in most cases, the smaller district would be outvoted by the cooperative. And this bill tries to address that with a more fair, we believe, approach in terms of the vote to withdraw. And on the bottom of the first page, basically on 15 on down, you'll see 3 scenarios. On line 15, very simply, if the majority of voters voting in the pre-existing district want to withdraw, but vote against withdrawal, then the process is ended. Secondly, going down a line from that, if the voters in the district vote in favor of withdrawal, and the voters in the cooperative district agree and also vote for withdrawal of the smaller district, the process continues. And now the third scenario, which is a new scenario. If 3/5 of the voters voting in the district that wants to withdraw vote for withdrawal, then they would be able to withdraw unless a 3/5 majority of the voters in the entire cooperative district vote against withdrawal. So it's trying to balance out and present a fairer approach to the smaller district that might want to withdraw from a cooperative district. And there are a whole host of reasons why a district might want to withdraw. There'll be other bills that we'll hear this year that will address some of those instances. But we believe that this will provide a greater opportunity for those districts who want to withdraw to have a chance to withdraw, which they do not currently. And I thank you, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if I understand this right, on line 22, there are 2 procedures that take place. First would be the district within the cooperative district would have to have a 3/5 vote to indicate to the total cooperative district that they want to withdraw. Is that correct? That's the first step. Then the second step would be if the 3/5 is an affirmative vote, then there's a second vote of the total district that would have to have a 3/5 vote. Is that correct?
I was thinking it would be one vote, and the withdrawing district, if their votes would be counted, and then the entire vote for the cooperative district would be counted for the 3/5 numbers.
This is confusing to me, because I think how I read this, and I may be wrong, I read that the district desiring to leave would give notice to the 3/5 vote of that district alone to the total cooperative district that they want to leave, and then the total, there'll be two votes. That's how I view this. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. That's all. Just trying to get clarification.
Right. I think that if the 3/5 of the withdrawing district vote for withdrawal, that information would be sent to the clerk of the cooperative school district and to the State Board of Education to certify the warrant and posting of minutes unless the cooperative district votes in a 3/5 majority against the withdrawal. Right.
Thank you.
I think unless is a key word there in line 26.
Further questions, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Cordelli, thank you. But I was following up the same information that Representative Milo was. As I read the line 26, I'm also confused because I read it as a second vote because line 27 talks about in the end of 26 into 27, it talks about the entire cooperative district vote, whereas 22 only talks about those that are there for that particular vote. It seems to me that 22 is talking about those that come for the withdrawal vote, and then if that's affirmative, it goes the entire cooperative district vote. I mean, that's my confusion. So
I believe the current process in a withdrawal vote, irregardless of this new language with the 3/5, I believe that it's a one vote process.
But does it? So thank you. So does the 3/5? Your position is that this 22 through 27 is still a singular vote.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Avila.
Representative Lucas?
Yeah, the whole process is laid out in the first part. You can't take that second part separately. And so it lays out how the plan is put in and okayed and all of that. And then they call this election and it says what the election should say. You know, the school district accept the provisions as men provided the withdrawal of the pre-existing position of what from this cooperative that gets put towards it for everybody in the cooperative district. And then we're just looking at the results of that vote.
Is that
If they're both negative, if the first one is negative, if the little district that wants out is negative, we end there. If it's positive, then we would go forward unless the whole vote is negative, 3/5 of the whole vote is negative. It's just laying out what are the results of the vote. We've tallied the vote and we look and see what it is. And these are the things that happen based on the results of that vote. But the whole first section lays out that vote.
If you're asking me a question about that,
Is that right?
then yes, and I think lines 11 through 14 lay out the form of the vote, which is what you're trying to point out as well.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Forgive that I did not have time to research this, but are there other RSAs or somewhere that it is spelled out in a withdrawal plan from a cooperative district that they have to have looked at all the impacts, financial and otherwise, I would parallel it perhaps to when a community leaves an SAU, it has to not be detrimental to any of the resulting entities. Is there something like that in RSA?
Yes, there's extensive language in this chapter related to the withdrawal process and the dissolution of assets, etc., for any withdrawal process. And this is just the section on the vote itself.
Oh,
yes.
So in that extensive process, has the state board or DOE approved the idea of a community withdrawing from the cooperative before any vote is set up?
As you see in line 2, if the state board approves the plan for withdrawal.
I think where we're going to have to go on this is that for those of us sat on this committee last year, we went through extensive discussion regarding how to get out of a cooperative school district. It's like a divorce, and it's very difficult to even get that. And I'm sure we have some people here that are going to be able to speak on that if you're coming from the Carroll area, which I'm familiar with, what's going on up there or what's happened. But I think what we will have to do is do what we're doing with some of the other bills, have a little presentation on this whole process. So those that are new to the committee, which is half of you, need to have an understanding of what is the process currently on the books for how you get out of a cooperative school district, because there's a whole lot of information which you need to know, the debt, the all that. So with that, any other questions for Representative Cordelli?
If I could comment on one thing, this was not developed with any particular cooperative district or any town in mind. I had a question from the press about that, but this was developed as a generic withdrawal vote solution.
Similar to many of what we did last year, we tried to bring up a lot of scenarios like this. Hit a lot of dead end roads. Yes.
May I ask a question? So you talked about, going back to last year, we had talked about having a, committee and really diving into this and in a different way. And you spoke about several groups that had worked on this. I was wondering if you could tell us what some of those groups were?
There were some other representatives and a collection of people from up north, not a group in particular, but a group of individuals.
Further questions of Representative Cordelli? Thank you very much. I'd like to have Chris Pappas, please.
My name is Chris Pappas, no relation. I'm the appointed representative.
Press the silver button.
Failed, huh? Okay.
There you go.
I am the appointed representative from the Board of Selectmen from the town of Carroll on school reapportionment and withdrawal matters. The town of Carroll joined SAU 36 around 1963. We asked to get a new apportionment formula in 1988, 2004, and 2021/22. The Board of Ed voted against putting it on the ballot. In 2022, we had to go to the State Board of Ed to get our withdrawal article on the ballot because the SAU said no. A member of the State Board of Ed said we were stuck in the Hotel California. You check in, but you can't check out. The Board of Ed did put the warrant, but they showed the impact on each town's taxes if Carroll were to withdraw. Who votes to raise their taxes? Carroll's Hotel California is created by a cooperative school district when economic assumptions and demographics have changed. We have 6% of the students and pay 26% of the school's budget. In 2021, the SAU agreed to have a member from each members of the board and selectmen to try to redo the reapportionment formula. Carroll proposed changing it 5% a year for 4 years, from 60% per student, 40% valuation, to 80% student and 20% over 4 years. Denied. This made Carroll seek to withdraw. We didn't want to leave the district. Things were going to get worse with our new revaluation. The district is made up of 5 towns. Carroll has the smallest number of students and voters. At the time this was done, 21 students were 47, voters 572. Dalton, 109 students, voters 742. Jefferson, 114 students, voters 817. Lancaster, students 398, voters 2269. And Whitefield, 261 students, 1,701 based on 21 enrollment. Each town has a representative to the board except for Lancaster and Whitefield have 2. They do not want to come up with anything that would lower Carroll's cost and raise others. Carroll pays more than $50,000 per student, not counting education tax. The tuition for UNH is $15,500 for residents and $34.40 for non-residents. Something is wrong when we pay more to educate K through 12. Lancaster pays $7,590. I believe Carroll is one of the highest in the state, and Lancaster is one of the lowest in the state. In 2020, Lancaster got over $3 million in state funds, Carroll nothing. The total for the SAU 36 was over $6 million, none of which went to Carroll. Certainly within the same SAU, this is wrong. We have asked to leave 3 times over 35 years. In 1988, Carroll paid $47.99 per student, and Lancaster was $17.83. That was 2.5 times more. Now it is 6.5 times more. Things are getting worse and will continue to get worse unless something is done. Carroll has tried to negotiate, but we have been outvoted by the BOA in the voting booth. Carroll has just reevaluated the worst year possible and townwide increased 64%. We do support the bill, but believe it does not go far enough. Carroll does support it. Based on our last attempt to withdraw the results in that vote, we would still be stuck in Hotel California. It was like 75% of Carroll voters voted to withdraw, and 76% district-wide voted that we couldn't. I'm losing my place. The SAU had asked us to come back to the table about changing the formula, but after Carroll lost its state appeal, they voted to end the meetings. A town should have more control over its student population where they attend. SAU 36 was created 60 years ago, and much has changed.
Thank you. Are there questions? So you have articles of agreement. Can you go through one more time and tell me how many reps on the cooperative board Carroll has, Dalton has, Jefferson, Lancaster, and Whitefield?
Whitefield and Lancaster have 2. The other
2 each?
2 each. The other 3 towns have 1 each.
Okay, one, and one.
So those 2 towns, they control the vote. And they have the most students and pay the least amount.
And one other question, in the Articles of Agreement, how do they establish your share for per pupil costs? Is it based on average daily membership or on valuation of property?
It's 60%. 60% of the charge is, they call it ADM, students. 40% is valuation. We do have a high valuation because we have 400 homes that are non-resident. And they do not send anybody to the school.
Is there any effort upon your school district to shrink it from, let's say, 60% ADM to maybe 50%, 40%, and put the added burden on the valuation side, which would increase your costs?
They said the default number for that is 50-50, which would increase our costs. And they didn't proceed with that. We were asking it to go from 60-40 to 80-20 over 4 years, 5% shift a year, so as not to impact all at once.
And one last question for you. If they went to this 50-50, would your cost per pupil jump up around $80,000?
I never calculated that. All I know is between what we give the district and what we give the state is $70,000 a student now.
Yeah. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Leon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am Erica Leon, a state representative from Derry, the only single-town cooperative school district in the state. This actually dates back to 1959, where we had gotten down to only 2 school districts within the town of Derry. I believe we were at 14 at some point around the turn of the last century. When they built Hood School, they took those 2 districts and turned into a cooperative school district. And so we have been a one-town cooperative school district ever since. That worked very well for the town of Derry when school building aid was different for cooperative school districts. So they wanted to keep it and they wanted to leave that unchanged. The laws have changed around that so that now there's no benefit and there's only hassle for Derry to stay a cooperative school district. However, we're in the strange Hotel California where there's no way for us to dissolve our school district and go into a local school district. I am coming to you today asking, I have some language that may work, but it probably is not the right language, to also add some way that would allow a single municipality cooperative school district to hold a vote to dissolve the cooperative and become a local school district. That would make our lives much easier. Our current superintendent is interested in looking further into the process to see what happens, and many members of the school board and fiscal advisory committee also would like to explore becoming a local school district. Rather than adding the 93rd bill to your committee this year, this seems like a very small one-town issue that I would appreciate, as you have the work session and learn more about cooperative dissolution, if this would fit into this or any of your other bills, it would be helpful for the town of Derry to actually have an option to turn from cooperative to local at some point. So I can hand this out and I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you. Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Could you give us some idea of what are the hassles and what are the benefits of being a cooperative school district, a one-town cooperative school district?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. There's just a lot of confusion around it. People don't understand it, and they're so busy trying to figure out why we're a cooperative. They think that that's because Pinkerton is part of our school district, but Pinkerton is actually its own SAU. And there's just a lot of confusion about what it is. People are following the local school district laws and trying to go in with those and understand what's going on. But as a single town cooperative school district, we're ruled by the cooperative school district laws, but there's no apportionment because it's all one town. So it just makes it a lot harder to investigate and figure out what actually is going on and how to do things correctly.
Further questions? Yes, Representative McDonald?
Thank you for being here and thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you know of anyone, maybe anecdotally in Derry, who would want to remain in the cooperative? Are there benefits as to doing that as a single town?
Thank you for the question. When the school building aid formula was different, then there was a significant benefit. That's why I'd be looking to do this as a warrant article so it goes before the voters. Asking to just change it here in the legislature doesn't make sense, even if it should most likely be a clear choice for the voters of Derry. Just giving us a process to be able to vote our way out of it would be a very nice option. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
We know that most of our cooperative districts have cooperative agreements, articles of agreement. We know several do not. Are your members in your cooperative voted at large, or are they, for example, I too am in a one town cooperative school district. Haverhill Cooperative is one town. So all ours are at large members. What do you have in your cooperative?
Thank you for the question and the information. I didn't realize you were also a single town cooperative. We are also all at-large members. We have 7 members on the rotating 3-year basis.
Was at one point in time there another district within your town which may have caused that original cooperative school district, as happened in Haverhill?
Yes, back around 1900, there were 14 different school districts within Derry. They consolidated down to 2 around 1959. Hood had their dairy farm in Derry, and they donated land to build the Gilbert Hood Middle School and the elementary school that's on the same location. And as they did that, it was bringing all the students into one area, so it had to become one district. And the way they did that was as a cooperative.
I think there were several districts that did that. Further questions? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you. So you have a number of elementary schools in Derry, and if you withdraw from the cooperative, does that split the elementary schools up into different districts, or?
Thank you for the question. We wouldn't want to split back into the two districts. We'd simply want to go from being, the only interest in Derry is to go from being a cooperative to a local school district, so that when people are trying to figure out what to do, they say Derry's one town, I'm looking at the local school district laws. They would actually know where they're going. I don't think that it would change any of the elementary schools. And as far as that goes, there's already discussion in town about whether they would build a single elementary school that would serve more of the students and close some. And as you probably would not be surprised, there's a lot of contention over that. But that's a local issue.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And another card which we have on this bill 530 is Barrett Christina from the School Boards Association.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Barrett Christina from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. From the get-go, excuse me, we're not taking a position on this bill specifically. I think the work that Representative Cordelli put into the bill reaches, I think, a reasonable compromise with some of the discussions that we've had in this room going back the last, I'd say, 5 or 6 years relative to the withdrawal aspects for cooperative school districts. The 3/5 supermajority, I think, is a reasonable safeguard for the community that's looking to withdraw. But also, you have sort of the other safeguard where a 3/5 majority co-op wide would have to oppose it. So I don't have any specific reasons for opposing the bill. I don't know if I don't want to go so far as to say we support it, because NHSBA's position for some of the newer members and the older members are going to get sick of me repeating myself. I still think that we need a 2-year-long study commission to study RSA 195 in its totality. Even if we amend the withdrawal process to make it easier or a little bit more balanced, excuse me, we still have remaining questions about the divvying up of assets and the dissolution of the assets and who owes what upon withdrawal and who gets the books and who owns the building and things of that nature. So the proposed bill, I think, is a reasonable compromise to some of the proposals that we've had coming across this committee the last couple of years. But we still think studying the totality of the statute makes the most sense. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions of Mr. Christina? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other cards on 530 or any of the others that want to speak on it? With that, I'm going to close this hearing.
Mr. Chairman.
Do you have a copy of your testimony?
I handed it.
Yeah, is there one? I need one for the record. Is there any left over on the table?
Did you hand any to the committee? Okay, where'd that one go?
No, there's two. Okay.
We got it. I got the court ruling on it at my house on what you guys went through. Yeah. Yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
Boy, they can change that valuation on you. You're going to be paying big bucks.
One guy said if we stop sending the students there, we still have to pay like 1.7 million.
Yeah.
We've made
Yeah.
contacts with the schools.
Pardon me, Jen?
if committee will take their places, I think we're ready for the next bill, which is House Bill 466 relative to water bottle filling stations in schools. And Chairman Rick Ladd is ready to introduce the bill.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Representative Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire, not the Haverhill, Massachusetts. And here to introduce this bill about water bottle filling stations in our schools. As you'll note, this is a very short bill, it has 4 lines in it. And what it does, it eliminates, deletes the rulemaking process necessary that's associated with the bottle filling stations which we built in the schools, which we passed last year. Basically, what the issue is that there's no need for rulemaking. All the DOE has to do is ditto what is in this bill here. It's similar to when we passed legislation for embedding mathematics into the 4th course at the high schools. We never had rulemaking for that. All we did is take the statutory language, and that's the guidance, all the guidance that the department needs, and it's all that the school districts need as well. So the department feels that there's no need for this rulemaking. I concur. It's nice to see where we don't have to make more rules. And so with that, I will conclude my testimony.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Lakis.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand what we passed regarding water bottle filling stations and new construction and all of that stands. It's just the rulemaking part of it that is going away.
All the policy remains the same. Nothing in the policy that we passed last year is changed at all.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have no other cards. Anyone from the audience? We're collecting cards. No? Okay. Thank you very much. Our shortest hearing of the day, and we have until 3:15.
Oh, wait a minute.
No? Okay.
That it's closed. Mr. Ranking, are we good with it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to pass the gavel off to Representative Cordelli.
We will enter into an executive session in this case, since there is agreement on both sides. And I call upon Representative Ladd for a motion.
I'd recommend pass on House Bill 466, water bottle and filling stations in schools.
From Representative Myler.
I have no further discussion.
No further discussion. Representative Myler? No? Yeah. The clerk is preparing for the roll call, I see.
That's right.
All set? I call upon the clerk for the roll call in that case. It's House Bill 466 relative to what? House Bill 466 relative to water bottle filling stations in schools.
466. House Bill 466. Ready to go? All right. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lickis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher. Not here. Not voting. Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Corciello is not here. Representative Myler.
Yeah.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden is absent. Representative Damon
Yes.
and Representative Ladd.
Yes. Yes.
The vote is 17 yeas, 0 nays, 3 not voting.
17-0. Is everybody fine with the consent calendar?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, now I have received from a member of the committee for reconsideration on a bill which dealt with the statutory books which we receive here. So we do not have to declare we can just continue now, reconsideration, we can take action. Or if you would like, if you're not prepared and you're prepared, are we prepared from a clerical positions, knowing how, okay, we'll walk through it, okay? Oh, that's right. Okay, so all I'm going to do is just give you notice that we will be executing this bill at our next we cannot do it willy-nilly like we did in the past years. This is the book bill. We're going to have to do it when we have a day notice for executive sessions, then we can pop it on and we can take care of it. So we won't be doing it now.
No, this one's okay.
Oh, the first one, the first one we can do because that's immediately following the bill we just took up. So we can do that.
Okay, but not the other.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. It's that crazy rule. Okay, so we're at a recess until we have to do the next bill, which at 3:15, another 20 minutes from now. Thank you. yet. But before we start out any further, I want to say what we just did with 466, we can't do. And the reason for that, we used to be able to exec bills immediately following the hearing of a bill and just, even though this bill was such a simple thing done in about two to 3 minutes, the whole thing hearing an exec session on water filling stations. We just can't do it. We have to, and the reason for that, any bill that we have already scheduled for an executive session in the future, you cannot exec any earlier than that. However, so, and even though we had agreement between the ranking member and myself on what we did, and we had a unanimous vote, 17 zip, we can't do it. So we're gonna have to wait and come back and take another 2 or 3 minutes on a day we have executing of bills. So what we did is kind of moot, and it's not gonna have any bearing on what we did, so we just have to replicate our efforts at a later date.
It was a dry run for me.
And it was a dry run for the clerk. Thank you for your understanding. Okay, we're going to go ahead. We're ready for the next bill. It's 440. It's relative to the Education Trust Fund. Representative Glenn Cordelli is the sponsor. He's ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. For the record, again, Glenn Cordelli representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee. And this is House Bill 440 relative to the uses of the Education Trust Fund. And it updates RSA 19839, which established the Education Trust Fund and is used to define its uses. Over time, we add things to the statutes and maybe don't cover all the bases. And in a number of cases, one base that has been missed is the Education Trust Fund statute and its uses. This bill adds into that statute uses for the trust fund that have been defined elsewhere in statute, but should probably be added to this section of law as well. And that's the intent of this bill in working with the Department of Education to identify those areas of law that need to be reflected here. I handed out earlier, if you have it, a sheet that underlines certain sections, certain phrases in the statute. Those reflect the additions to 19839. This was drafted as a repeal and reenactment, so they didn't capture or highlight the additions to the bill. So I tried to underline them for you in working with the department. But as you go down, certain things are added. For instance, on line 8, to distribute kindergarten grants to municipalities and school districts pursuant to 19848C. Down in line 15, distribute grants for leased space to approved charter schools pursuant to 19815HH. These are all things that have been placed in statute. They are law, and they are allowable uses of the Education Trust Fund pursuant to those statutes, but should probably be reflected also in this section of law related to the uses of the trust fund. So this tries to clarify that and clean up those sections of law that do utilize the Education Trust Fund, so that in this one section of law, you get a full picture of what is coming out of the Education Trust Fund. And that is the purpose of this bill. And I thank you for your time.
Are there any questions of the Representative Cordelli, Representative Tanner, and then Representative Lekes?
Thank you. I think one of the important issues in this is that in that preamble, it says that monies in such funds shall not be used for any purpose other than to distribute adequate education grants to municipalities, schools, districts, and to approved charter schools pursuant to 198:42, and then it lists some other things. Isn't there a lawsuit that's currently being worked through the courts on this particular issue? And if it is, should we vote on this in lieu of the fact that it's already in the courts?
I don't know if we should delay legislation to clean up our statutes based on any pending lawsuit. I don't think it really impacts the lawsuit at all. So there could always be a lawsuit hanging over us in terms of pending legislation. So I don't see any reason to delay this bill.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lekes.
Thank you. This is another one of those, just to make it clear. I want to make sure what you're saying is that all of these things are already passed in law and already say will be drawn from the Education Trust Fund. And so all we're doing is listing under Education Trust Fund all the things that we've already passed and said can be drawn from the Education Trust Fund. Is that correct?
And that is what I'm saying, and I think if you choose, you will hear from the Education Department to verify that.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Representative Cordelli said, thank you. Very similar to Representative Leak's question. Where were these paid out of prior to this?
Thank you for the question. They are already paid out of the Education Trust Fund because in, for instance, 198.15 HH, it says it is to be taken from the Education Trust Fund. But when that statute was passed, that law was passed, they didn't go back and put it into this section of law. So that is what we're trying to do here.
Okay, just for thank you. So just for clarity, every one of these statutes that Representative Leakis just spoke about, everyone's identified here online here, currently being paid from Education Trust Fund.
That is my understanding, and I think that the department can verify that for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. I'd like to have David Trumbull. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me, and thank you for all your time. I know you all work very hard, and you're probably happy to be at the end of a long week. I am opposed to this bill. My interpretation is a little different than what you just heard. I think that you started, I'm specifically interested in the education freedom accounts aspect because that's listed in this bill as one of the things that would be permitted to be funded through the Education Trust Fund. And we started 2 years ago with it as a pilot project. And under this bill, you basically would have a blank check for the education freedom accounts. In the handout that is available to the public, it says that a transfer from the state general fund is required to bring the balance to zero. In other words, if you use up the entire education trust fund, you would then go to the general fund. So basically, if you spend more in the education trust funds than, and the education freedom accounts than is in the education trust fund, you would just go over to the general fund and continue to spend. So you're basically putting a blank check on the education freedom accounts. It could be $100 million. And even if the Education Trust Fund doesn't have that much money, you are passing a law that would say it would now go over to the general fund and you could spend with no cap whatsoever. So I think that's not, we're not ready for that. We don't have any data in this state that this bill actually works. So I think I would be hesitant to support that. In preparing, I was looking at some research on the education vouchers. Diane Ravitch, who was once the U.S. Secretary of Education under George Bush, the first George Bush. She was quoting Josh McGowan, a professor at Michigan State University, who looked into vouchers, and he said that large-scale studies in D.C., Indiana, Louisiana, Ohio show that for kids who left public schools, harmful voucher impacts actually met or exceeded what the pandemic did to the test scores. So you all know how badly the pandemic affected public education. The long-term effect of vouchers was even worse. And he went on in his statements to indicate that once you get past the pilot program phase of the vouchers, the effects are even worse. So I would hesitate to see our state make this kind of a commitment financially. I have three major points. First is the financial accountability. Second is the educational accountability. And third is the civil rights question. So on the question of financial accountability, as I said, I feel like this bill provides no cap whatsoever. These accounts could end up going on indefinitely with no limit. There should be a limit as to how much money the state is willing to spend on these bills. The general fund right now does have a surplus, obviously. Everywhere around the country, if you look it up, a record number of state surpluses, all-time high. But even the Pew Center was just saying there's a cliff coming. Now, whether or not that's this year or in 2 years, the cliff is going to come. These funds are always cyclical. If you set up a program and then you don't have funding for it in 2 or 3 or 4 years, the educational impact on the children of this state who are now counting on these programs and there wouldn't be funding for it would be disastrous. It would be reckless to financially invest in a program that we do not have a specific set funding, dedicated funding source for. Second is the question of educational accountability. As I indicated, that one study indicated that vouchers have failed. The Stanford Graduate School of Education, Professor Martin Carney, looked at 25 years of data, and he said that they have failed around the country. And he said there are better ways to invest our money: teacher training, early education, after-school programs, things that we know work. When we've looked at the voucher programs around the country, long-term studies, up-to-date studies, they are not effective. So why would we take a huge gamble when something that we're not ready for? We built this program on basically with hardly any foundation for it. Pilot project, now we're building a 5-story skyscraper. You need to have an adequate foundation if you're going to build a tall building. That means you need to have some educational accountability. Does anybody have any test results from any of the children who have been in the voucher program so far, comparing their NEWA results before and afterwards? We don't. If New Hampshire is going to have the same results that we've had around the country, why would we want to give a blank check to something until we know that it actually works? Now, I've heard in the paper that, well, we don't need to have educational or financial accountability because who knows better where their children should be at than the parents. That's all the accountability that we need. But if that's true, then why don't we have educational freedom accounts for all the children in the property poor towns? There are tens of thousands of these children out there. If we trust parents with money, let's give every one of them $5,000. They can build Wi-Fi in their home, better computers, take their family on trips, hire tutors, whatever they want to do. If you're not willing to actually spend money and give it to the school districts in Claremont and all these other towns that can't raise enough money locally to fund their schools, then why not give $5,000 to every parent for every child in those schools first? And if there's any money left over, then give it to the parents who can afford to pay their property taxes and send their children to a private school. Put them at the end of the line. Don't put those people at the front of the line. Put them at the end of the line. Give this money to the places who need it first. If you really trust parents, and that's all the accountability that you want, you say, we don't need accountability, then give it to the people who really need it because they have a demonstrated educational need. The third area is civil rights accountability. I was looking up some legislative history comments just to find out exactly what it meant. And there was here it is. New Hampshire Supreme Court case, Justice Duggan wrote this decision. And he said, if a statute is ambiguous, we consider a legislative history. Our goal is to apply statutes in light of the legislator's intent in enacting them and in light of the policies sought to be advanced by the entire statutory scheme. This bill is about finances, I understand, but there's been a raft of bills that would expand eligibility for the education freedom accounts. The question is, are these public schools or not? Now, when I was here last week, Mrs. Kate Baker Demers, who is the administrator of the scholarship fund, who's really about the only person in the state who runs this program because the Department of Education doesn't run it. I know there's a bill to make the Department of Education run it. She testified that she sees these programs as, quote, part of public education system, and it's public education and infrastructure. So the people who are running the program see the vouchers and the money that they're going to, and 60% of the money that's been spent is direct tuition to private schools. She sees them as part of the public education system in New Hampshire. To me, that's legislative history. So these education freedom accounts are now public actors. If they're public schools, they should have to follow RSA 193:38, that no person shall be subject to discrimination in the public schools on the basis of race, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability. If we are going to give money to people to pay tuition to go to a private school, any private school that wants to receive that money should in turn tell the state, we will follow state rules and regulations like all other public schools, because now we are public schools as part of the legislative history. And that would also mean that you can't tell people when you go to these schools, you have to sign away your right to a, quote, free and appropriate education under federal special ed laws. What happens is that children need education, special ed services every single day. But if they go to a private school, they don't get it. Now, maybe they can take the $5,000 and buy some extra tutoring after school, but they're forfeiting their rights to special ed every single day, all day long in those schools. If these schools want to be considered part of the public education system, they should just simply agree to follow all applicable state and federal laws in the state, no discrimination on the basis of disability. Also, I would mention LGBTQ rights, because there's a lot of religious schools that prohibit people who are LGBTQ from teaching in these schools. If you're a married couple, regardless of your child status, you can't bring your child to those schools. And if you're a child who identifies as LGBTQ, you cannot attend these schools. That would be in contravention to RSA 193.38, no discrimination on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. So is New Hampshire really wanting to give $5,000 to parents to send their children to schools that discriminate against members of the LGBT community? Now, obviously, they have the right to do that under religious freedom. But the question is, do we as a state want to spend our money supporting that, or should they have to follow at a minimum state rules? The last group that falls into this is the homeschool category. And I realize they're not really technically homeschool now, they're EFA students. But in any event, the question is, when does a school become a school? There was testimony last week from somebody who has a learning center in Derry, and they had like 100 students on their roster. And she said any given day, they have 40 to 60 people at their school, right? To me, that sounds like a school. So I look up at the Department of Education website, how many small schools are there in the state? And there's 50 between the town schools and the charter schools, 50 schools that have 60 or less students. So being small does not mean that you aren't a school. You are still a school. So I think, now look, if two families are doing homeschooling together, this week you take my kids to the museum, next week they come over to my place and we do a project, that's not a school. But when you start getting up to 12 people and you have a building that you're going to every single day, to me, that's a school. So I think if you want to be getting money from the state, and acting like a school, that you should have to follow the rules of being a school. So if you want to pass this bill and all these education freedom account bills, I think the prudent thing to do is to lay down the structures in place, put financial accountability in place, put educational accountability in place, and put civil rights accountability in place. Don't go passing the tail end of the bill before you've built the foundation on the house. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony and for being here. From what I understand when I read this bill, and as it's introduced, it's more of a housekeeping bill. So but your testimony differs. So I'm just curious for clarification. From your understanding, you said this, as you put it, a blank check. Would this raise the cap or remove the cap that exists on freedom accounts? Does this make that change, this bill, if this were to pass as written?
Okay, I don't think it changes the amount of money that people would receive for the accounts. My understanding is that the original passage of this bill the last time was not done as an independent act. It was part of the massive budget. So it didn't get individual clarification. And the lawsuit that was referenced by a question, I think from Representative Tanner, is about whether or not the education freedom accounts can use money from the Education Trust Fund, which was set up specifically to address adequacy and the differences in between the poor and the property rich towns. So I don't think there is a legislative directive that exists that says education freedom accounts should be getting their money from the Education Trust Fund. Maybe you are more aware of these things than I am, but from my reading is that coming into this session, that had yet to be established, and that there's perhaps a goal now to make that be something that's established. And I'm saying if you do that, and then with a little paragraph at the end that says, if you run out of money, we'll just take it out of the general fund, that's where the blank check comes in. So again, I could be wrong, and maybe this is not directly applicable, but I think that it's a general comment on the education freedom accounts that we need to make sure that these types of accountability.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
So to clarify, just to make it abundantly clear, maybe the department could clarify as well, but as you interpret this bill, this changes the statute. It doesn't just clean it up.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion or questions from the committee? Nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to invite Deborah Howes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the Education Committee. I'm happy to be here again, testifying in front of you. And I do have written testimony I'll give you after. Try and summarize it. To my reading, this is more than a housekeeping bill. It does change the intent of the Education Trust Fund. I'm going to stick a little more with a history lesson, even though I'm a reading teacher. New Hampshire has a constitutional obligation to provide a public education. That has been found, it's written in our Constitution, it's also been found through several court cases, that we have an obligation to provide our children with a public education. Families can choose other options, but New Hampshire, as a state, has to provide public schools and a public education and fund it. State funding has not always been sufficient or fairly distributed. Again, that's not just my opinion. The court has found that several times. The Education Trust Fund was set up in an attempt to address this after previous court rulings. And it was limited to public school students, public schools, and public school districts. So although money may be coming out of it, that doesn't mean money should be coming out of it for some of these other programs. And there is currently a lawsuit on that. When you start adding in programs that are not going to public school students, public schools, and public school districts, you run into the potential for difficulty because tax money is not limitless. We all know that. We all pay property taxes. And it's all coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. So when you start running short on money, you are either going to be shortchanging your 160,000 students in public schools, and I believe the voucher law was written so that you can't shortchange that. The speaker before me, I think, had that correct. I don't have that in my notes. Or you're going to go back to the taxpayers either at the state level or through your local property taxes to have them make up the difference when you don't have enough to fund your schools. So I am speaking in opposition to HB 440. It is much more than a housekeeping bill. It is adding in a program that is not currently written into the Education Trust Fund, and to my opinion and the opinion of my 4,000 members across the state, it does not belong there. We want to keep our commitment to public education strong. The state has a constitutional obligation, and we want to see you meet that so that all of our students have a chance to thrive. And that's my testimony.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee?
Okay.
Not seeing it. Thank you very much. Vera Christina?
Thank you again, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Barrett Christina, New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are opposed to this bill. I can't follow the first speaker. We echo and support and reiterate everything that the first speaker said, and certainly reiterate the testimony from Ms. Howes as well too. I don't have the language in front of me, but NHSBA has a couple longstanding resolutions that we support public money for public schools, and we also support living up to its financial obligations to support public schools before it funds any other program. I'm going to save you a lot of time and effort. I'm not going to get into the the merits of the voucher bill. And this bill is not relative to that, but we oppose the bill. We support public money for public schools, and we support the state fully funding its outstanding obligations that it's been neglectful of to public schools for at least the last 15 years, if not going back longer, if we want to bring adequacy into this whole conversation as well too. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the School Boards Association? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody here on the committee that's going to request information from the Department of Education? Caitlin, are you available? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Caitlin, for providing information all day today. Just to clarify a question I asked earlier to another speaker, does this bill as written change statute, or is it just a cleanup statute?
There's one change to clarify that this bill does. Let's see, I just want to double check. So there is one proposal that is included in the Department of Education's budget
to include lease aid for chartered public schools in the education trust fund and move it from the general fund. That is a departure from current law and current payment. The Department of Education had previously included that in our budget and has been in our budget in the general fund for the last, I don't know, 6-ish years. It's about $500,000 a year appropriation. And we suggested moving it into the Education Trust Fund. So the statute does do that. The majority of the language here is correcting or codifying existing practices at the department. Can I ask a follow-up, please?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so thank you for that. And the change that you said was relative to lease aid for charter schools.
Yes.
So there's no changes relative to the freedom accounts in this, is that correct?
I cannot specifically talk about the freedom accounts as we have pending litigation.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Cornell?
Thank you. And thank you, Caitlin. And this may have been explained and I may have missed it, but on the fiscal note, 1% to the Department of Education for $10 million to, I guess, administer all of these. Is that something new or is that all something we've always done?
That is a request on behalf of the Department of Education, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon. I'm sure you'd love to be here on Friday afternoon at 3:30. Thank you. When Representative Cordelli presented this bill, I asked them, as did Representative Lekas, if there's anything in here that was new and hadn't been previously funded, and he said, no, everything's as it had been. And you indicated that that's not correct, that the charter schools were not in there previously. The question that Representative McDonald asked about the EFAs, your response is that it's pending litigation, so that you can't comment on that, which is fine. But in the presentation, Representative Cordelli indicated that this bill, he was doing it at the request of DOE. So DOE is knowingly putting this bill forward with litigation pending. Is that correct?
The Department of Education did put this bill forward to request a codification of current practices and an updating of current law. Yes, I do want to correct a point that you had just said as far as putting charter schools in. Charter schools have historically been paid out of the Education Trust Fund as far as charter school adequacy. Okay. The only change was the charter school lease aid, which has not historically been paid out of the Education Trust Fund, and the department made that request as part of our agency request for the state budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Thank you. Caitlin, I have a question for you. In the law book, I'm looking at 194F:11. That's in the section referencing the EFAs, and it's appropriation from the Education Trust Fund. So it speaks to this. It reads, the amount necessary to fund any grants or transfers of funds authorized under this chapter is hereby appropriated to the department from the Education Trust Fund created under RSA 198:39. Could you please explain that?
Again, I cannot discuss the EFA portion of this bill relative to the pending litigation.
Okay, thank you. Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks again, Caitlin, for being here. Could you talk with us a little bit about how the state budgets and appropriates, I guess, for lease space to approve charter schools, which is now some new language that's been moved into this?
So that process is that there is a lease aid section of the law. I think it's it's referenced right here, or whatever that is. And so the process is that the Department of Education accepts applications from charter schools relative to lease-based. I believe it's on January 1st of every year. And then there are certain categories or types of things in a charter school's lease for space that we will pay for. And then we determine a calculation, and the Department of Education will pay the lesser of $30,000 or $50,000 a year. It did just change, I believe, or 30% of the lease in total to a charter school. That has been appropriated. This is the third or fourth biennium that this has been currently appropriated to the department in general funds.
Follow up on that?
Yes, you may.
And and when you say that it's third or fourth year, that it's been appropriated through general funds, do you mean through the budget process?
Yes.
With a specific dollar value appropriation?
Yes, and it is prorated right now.
Okay, and then would that continue to happen? Or would this now defer to the Education Trust Fund, and as long as the lease application follows the rules prescribed in 19815HH, then appropriations would be automatic and come from the Education Trust Fund?
Correct. We would change it would still need to be appropriated in the Education Trust Fund.
But no amount would need to be, as long as it qualified
An amount would still need to be appropriated.
in the budget. In the budget?
In the budget, yes.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I was just kind of comparing 198:39 with the bill to see which cross-references they used in that particular chapter versus the other one. And we've talked about some of them, but the one that says to distribute phase-out grants to municipalities, school districts pursuant to 194F, is that currently being taken out of the trust fund, or is that out of the general fund?
So those grants are established in 194:F, which is part of the Education Freedoms account, so I cannot discuss that portion of this bill.
I'm sorry, yep.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A follow-up to Representative Leno's query. You said that there's the trust fund and there's a budget appropriation. So clarify for me, since this now comes under the trust fund, this clarification here in this language notes that the lease is from the trust fund. How does the budgeted proposal and the trust fund work together? And then my concern is always trying to maintain as much money in the trust fund to go back to public schools as possible.
So the Education Trust Fund right now is part of the Department of Education's operating budget. We have accounting units that are paid out of the Education Trust Fund right now currently. Those include the majority of what you have here in front of you. What it includes what is included in front of you here. We have line items for each one of those that is appropriated in the Education Trust Fund, and then the program is defined as in law. So let's take the first section here. So where it talks about line 4 and 5, it talks about distributing education grants to municipalities for public schools under RSA 198.42. So RSA 198.42 defines the program, how the Department of Education is going to distribute the funding, and then there's a line item that is an HB1 that relates back to that specific section. Then you have something like building aid, and building aid is paid out of the Education Trust Fund. The law is referenced right here, and then there's a line item corresponding in the Department of Education's HB1 budget that shows building aid. So when we're talking about programs, the laws around the programs dictate how the Department of Education implements the program. So for example, state special education aid, which we just discussed yesterday or 2 days ago, we had talked about that amount is prorated. So there's an appropriated amount for state special education aid in the HB1 language. And if the special education costs are to come over that, we prorate that because the law requires that we only expend the amount that is in that line item.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Caitlin. Have a good weekend. Monday at B, yeah. No, you'll be at the superintendent's thing. Louise Spencer?
Hi there. My name's Louise Spencer. I'm sorry I had the time wrong for the hearing, so just making it in under the wire here. I appreciate you taking my testimony. So my name is Louise Spencer. I'm from Concord, New Hampshire. I often appear before committees with my Kent Street Coalition hat on today. Normally, today I come with my taxpayer community member hat firmly on to speak against this bill in the strongest terms that I possibly can. I find the hypocrisy of this bill really a challenge. It's from people who say that they both support public education and at the same time say they're not going to raise our taxes. Well, you can't do both things with this bill. You're either going to take money that would otherwise go to public schools, thereby harming our public schools without making that money up, or you're going to have to raise extra taxes to cover any money that you pull out of the education trust fund to make up the difference with public schools, that money that you're giving to the educational freedom accounts, the vouchers. I find this particularly upsetting given the failure of many on this committee to support any bills that would do accountability for that program. So we're pulling money out of our public schools where there's so much accountability, and we're going to allow this money that is currently designated for public schools to be given to homeschoolers, to private schools of all kinds. We have a program that pulls 10% off the top, as I understand it, to administer it. And we have virtually no accountability. As a taxpayer, I believe in paying taxes. I think they go to the good of the community. I want strong public schools. I'm more than happy to do that. But I want accountability, and I want strong public schools. And we know one thing, this governor has said he's not going to raise taxes. He belongs to a party that says he's not going to raise taxes. What that means is they're not going to raise taxes in a way that people can see it when they look online at the calendar of the legislature or they look at the bills that have been passed. Those taxes will be paid, and they're going to be paid by property tax owners. And sadly, there are school districts that can't afford to raise their taxes anymore to make up this kind of difference. So I'm glad I made it in here in time. I thought it was at 3:45 because rarely have I just found a bill so unfair to our schools and to our taxpayers. So I thank you for taking my impassioned testimony.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative McConnell.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I noticed that your objections to this bill and of a lot of the speakers have to do with the freedom accounts. Do you have any other objections to other parts of the bill? So if it were to pass with no relation to the freedom accounts that just wasn't referenced at all, would you have any problems with a bill like that?
I would have to, quite honestly say, I'd have to look at the bill more in depth. That's the piece of it that really got to me because I saw a program get brought before, in hearings like this that was only going to cost the taxpayers a couple $100,000 per year. And now we're going up on millions and millions and millions of dollars. So when I see something that would make it even more permissive to spend money on that account, on that program, that's what really got me to drop what I was doing this afternoon and run over here. But I'm happy to take a look at the rest of the bill and I could get back to you on that.
All right, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hypothetically, if a charter school were to have to close and a public school had to absorb those students, let's say double the student population, would it be fair to conclude that it would cost that public school considerably more money to administer that school with double the population of students.
I would think that would be a fair assumption if any school that has double the population of students would be.
Along that same line, if a public school were to lose half its population because parents wanted their children in a religious or alternative education, is it fair to suggest that that would then cost the public school less money to administer?
No, that's a false equivalency. Bringing more students into a school by and large does increase the cost because you have to add added infrastructure. However, there are basic requirements that a public school has. I had personal experience with this of, my daughter one year, it looked like there were going to be 27 kids in her class in all the fourth grade classes. A few more people moved in to the district. They had to get another teacher. The public schools have certain responsibilities to all of the children in the community. That's what makes them valuable. But when you are simply pulling kids out, and that would be a whole new day if we are talking about removing half of the kids from our public school system. Generally, it's a few kids here, a few kids there in these classes and those classes, but enough money that puts a real strain on the school to continue meeting the needs of the kids that are there.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and sorry to keep you later than you had intended. Thanks.
Yep. Okay, I don't have any other pink cards up here at this time, so I'm going to close this hearing on 4:40. And that gets us to the end of the day. Everybody have a good weekend. Oops, I gotta get that. Yeah. Oh, boy.
I just wanted to mention. Okay.